Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. This happened roughly 10 years ago, and I still think about it more than I talk about it. It was the last time that we as a family ever went camping. At that point, we were doing those kinds of family trips pretty regularly. Nothing extreme, just state parks, marked trails, places where you still felt like you were in nature without being completely off the grid. My husband loved it, and our son was just old enough to enjoy it too. He was 4 at the time. Still at that age where everything is exciting, but he needed us close. I wasn't the outdoorsy type, but I liked the idea of it. Campfires, quiet nights, no screens. It felt like something that we should be doing as a family. That night had been completely normal. We'd eaten, cleaned up, sat by the fire for a while. Our son, he fell asleep pretty quickly once we got into the tent, curled up between us like he always did. I remember lying there listening to the usual sounds, wind in the trees, bugs, the occasional crack of something shifting deeper in the woods. It was peaceful, and I drifted. I don't remember exactly what time it was when I woke up, but it was dark in the way where you can't even tell how late it is. Everything felt still, too still, maybe. And then I heard, "Mom?" It was my son's voice. Not loud or panicked, just normal. Like he was standing a short distance away and he didn't want to wake anyone. At first, I didn't even open my eyes. I just instinctively reached out beside me. He was there, warm, breathing, exactly where he should have been. I remember feeling that small, immediate relief, like, okay, I must have dreamed it. And then I heard it again. "Mom, here." This time I opened my eyes. I could see the faint outline of the tent, the shape of my husband on the other side, my son between us. Everything exactly as it should be. Except the voice hadn't come from inside the tent. It came from outside, from the trees. I didn't move right away. I just laid there, listening, with my eyes open, trying to make sense of it. My brain was definitely trying to explain it away. Another kid at a nearby campsite, maybe. Sound carries weird at night in the woods. It could sound like him. That's what I told myself. And then something said my name, not Mom this time. My actual name, soft, careful, like it didn't want anyone else to hear. Something about that made my stomach drop, even laying down. I remember turning my head slightly, just enough to look down at my son. He hadn't moved, still asleep, completely peaceful. Before I could even fully process what I'd just heard, I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to go. Not curiosity or concern, just go. It didn't feel like a decision. It felt like the moment right before you realize you've already started doing something. I sat up, slowly, quietly, like I didn't want to wake anyone. I don't even remember thinking about it. I just knew I needed to be quiet. The voice came again. "Over here." Further away now. I unzipped the tent. I should have stopped there, and I knew that, but I couldn't. At the time, nothing about it felt urgent or dangerous. It felt calm or familiar, like I was responding to something I recognized. I guess what bothers me is that I really didn't want to go, but I found myself going. I stepped outside barefoot, The ground was cold, damp. I remember noticing that in a very detached way, like it didn't matter. The trees were just silhouettes, barely visible against the sky. It was late. No movement. No one was out there. But I knew where to go. I started walking. Each step felt slow, almost heavy, like I was moving through something thicker than air. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't even really thinking. It's like any thoughts I had were overridden by this autopilot. I just kept following the direction the voice seemed to come from. Mom. Closer again, but then quieter, and then further. Always just enough to keep me moving, and I did. At some point, part of me started to panic. It was like I woke up inside my own body. I realized how far I'd gone from the tent, how dark it actually was, how I couldn't even clearly see where I was stepping anymore. I remember thinking, very clearly, I need to stop. But I didn't. My legs kept moving, not fast or forceful, just steady and slow, like they weren't waiting for my brain to give it permission. I tried to call out to my husband, to anyone, but nothing came out, not even a whisper. I could feel it in my chest, like the effort was there, but it just didn't translate into sound. Fear really hit me. Not really because of the voice, but because I realized that I didn't feel in control of myself or how to get it back. The voice said my name again, right in front of me. I couldn't see anything. No shape or movement, just darkness between the trees, but I knew I was getting closer to something. And the closer I got, the heavier everything felt. My body, my thoughts, the air. It's hard to explain, but it felt like I was being pulled and walking at the same time, like both things were true. I don't know how long that really went on for, possibly a couple minutes. Time didn't feel normal. What I do remember is the exact moment that it stopped. A hand grabbed my shoulder, hard. I turned so fast I almost lost my balance. Suddenly, my husband was there, right in front of me, breathing heavy, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" he said. I couldn't answer right away. I just stared at him, trying to understand how he'd even found me. "Are you okay?" he asked again, quieter this time. I nodded, but it didn't feel convincing even to me. He told me that he woke up because he heard me. I asked him what he meant. He said that I was making this sound. I wasn't talking. I was whimpering. This low, drawn-out whimper over and over again. Apparently loud enough that it woke him up. He said at first he thought that I was still in the tent, but when he reached over, I wasn't there. So he followed the sound, followed me. But I don't remember making those sounds at all, or any noise, not even when I was trying to. We didn't really go back to sleep after that. I didn't even want to be outside long enough to get back into the tent. We packed up what we could in the dark, and we waited in the car until morning. As soon as it was light enough, we left. We didn't talk about it much after that. Not really. There wasn't much to say that made any sense. But I never went camping again. And I can safely say that I've never had a voice mimic another since. So I'm not really a woods person. I'm a strong Wi-Fi and DoorDash kind of person. But my girlfriend at the time, Chloe, was obsessed with this idea of a digital detox. She found this Airbnb cabin that was basically a glorified shed on the edge of a state park. No service, no power, just a wood stove that I didn't know how to work, and a lot of very judgmental-looking pine trees. By the second night, I was losing my mind. Chloe was fast asleep, and I was sitting on the tiny porch trying to find just one bar of service, just so that I could check a score. It was misty, that thick, low-hanging fog that makes everything look kind of like a horror movie set. And then I heard something. It sounded like a heavy suitcase being dragged over gravel, which of course didn't make any sense. I thought that it was a bear, right? Because that's the only scary thing that my brain knows how to categorize. I grabbed the only weapon that I had, which was a heavy maglite flashlight. And I stepped off the porch. Why? No clue. I followed the sound toward the edge of the property where the dirt road meets a massive concrete culvert. One of those big pipes that runs under the road for drainage. The smell hit me first. You ever smell a wet dog that's been rolling around in something rotten? It was thick. It made my eyes water. And then there was this sound. I wouldn't call it a growl. It was a wet, rhythmic sound. Almost like a steam pipe leaking, but it had a pulse to it. I shined my light into the mouth of the culvert. My brain stalled. Computer freezing because it was trying to load too much data. That was me. There was something crouched inside the pipe. It was the size of a large man, but the proportions were wrong. It was definitely pale. Not white, but like the color of a fish's belly. It had these long, spindly limbs that seemed to have too many joints. Its elbows were pointing toward the ceiling of the pipe, while its palms were flat on the floor. My brain was still trying to work it out. Giant spider crossed my mind. Of course not. Because it had skin. It wasn't like fur or scales. It looked tight and translucent almost, over a frame of bone. I could see dark, sluggish fluid moving in its veins beneath the surface. Definitely alive. When the light hit it, it didn't run. It tilted what I can assume is its head. There's no nose, just two vertical slits that were fluttering rapidly, sucking in my scent. I felt like its eyes were these huge, milky orbs. Again, I'm taking this all in a matter of seconds. Shortly after I even laid eyes on the thing, it did something. It started to unfold, crawled out of the pipe entirely. I wasn't enjoying the sounds, these pops and cracks, like someone snapping a handful of dry kindling. As it stood up, it just kept going. It had to be 7.5 feet tall, but it was so thin that it looked like a shadow. I was paralyzed, definitely a deer in the headlights vibe. I couldn't even scream. It took one step towards my direction, and then it was gone. I can't explain if it disappeared, if it ran away, but it wasn't there anymore. No way I imagined something like that. My heart was racing, my palms sweating. I didn't even want to move, but I did want to move. So I couldn't. I was frozen in place, unsure what to do. I immediately remembered real life, thought about Chloe. I dropped the light and just bolted. I didn't look back, burst into the cabin, locked the door. It was this wooden latch thing, like that was going to stop anything. I woke Chloe up, kind of screaming that we had to go. She thought that I was having a panic attack, but she also saw my face. The fact that I was covered in this oily gray soot that seemed to have settled on me from the air around that creature. She didn't argue. We backed the car out so fast that I hit a tree stump. As we swung the headlights around toward the road, they caught the culvert for a split second. It wasn't there anymore, if it was ever there. But the concrete around the mouth of the pipe was steaming. In the middle of a cold, misty night, the stone was radiating heat. I never got my flashlight back. I checked the news for weeks afterwards, looking for pale monster person sightings, but nothing. Just a few reports of unexplained livestock deaths, where animals were found completely drained of fluid, but no visible wounds, so that's weird. I'm sure there's good intentions behind a digital detox, but I haven't done one since. I like my lights to be bright, my doors double bolted, and the only nature that I really want to see is through a window in a high-rise. I've spent months of my life under canvas. I'm not the type to get spooked by a snapping twig or a nocturnal animal. In fact, when we set up camp near Table Mountain this past December, I was the one playing the skeptic. But looking back, the vibe of the woods had shifted the second we stepped back onto our site after our afternoon hike. My friend and I had just finished a very brutal climb, leaving our other two buddies behind to prep the firewood. As we crested the final ridge towards camp, my friend stopped dead in his tracks. He pointed toward the clearing and said, "Oh hey, I see Nick." I looked. I didn't see anyone. When we actually walked into the site, Nick and our other friend were zipped inside the tent. They hadn't actually been outside for an hour. My friend looked ill. He was insisting that he'd seen a man in a gray t-shirt in the middle of a freezing December, standing right by our gear. He assumed it was Nick, changing. The guys inside the tent didn't make it any better, though. They told us that while we were gone, they'd actually heard footsteps circling the nylon walls, that they were constant, even making them check. They were so convinced that it was us returning, they didn't bother looking out at first. We were miles away at that time. In the woods, you make your presence known. You don't poke around someone else's inhabited site unless you're looking for trouble. It was the first red flag, but I brushed it off. I told them it was probably just a stray hiker or animal, and started prepping dinner. As the sun went down, the sounds started up again. Heavy sloshing in the nearby river, like someone in boots was wading through the current. Then a faint, rhythmic drumming almost. Thump, 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 on repeat. My friend was visibly vibrating with nerves at this point. Being the brave one, I decided to mess with him. I started clicking my high-lumen flashlight on and off, pointing it into the dark, pretending that I saw something just to get a rise out of him. But on the fourth click, the joke died with me. The beam hit a gap between two ancient oaks, and there, hunched over the frozen ground, was a figure. It was gray, the color of wet ash. Its limbs were impossibly long, and as the light hit it, it seemed to shift. If it was facing forward before, it was now facing backward, but it had done so in an impossible speed. This clearly wasn't just some person. It seemed to vibrate in place. It definitely wasn't standing still. It was shaking somehow. It started to fold over. I remember thinking, is it just me or does that thing seem to be shifting into something else? As soon as I had that thought, the thing in front of us just condensed into a ball of light and then vanished. No one said anything for a minute. And the first thing that someone said was, it was a deer. That was just a deer. None of us could even remotely hold on to that. What had they seen? What I saw wasn't a deer. I live in the country. I see deer every day of my life. But for the next hour, there was this weird smell in the air. It was like rotten eggs, and it just drifted through the camp. It followed us. When we finally retreated into the tent, the smell was already inside, like it was just waiting for us. We just sat there in the dark, whispering about what had happened, trying to find a logical exit ramp. The longer we whispered about what we thought it could be, the weirder things felt. The fire outside, which had been nothing but glowing embers, suddenly roared back to life. We could hear the heat through the tent. The wood was popping and hissing as if someone had dumped a gallon of accelerant on it. But then as quickly as it had started, the fire died, and everything was truly silent. We just waited for the sun. People ask if I was ever scared to go back. I'm not really scared, I guess. I'm confused. I'm a camper. I know the sounds of the forest, but whatever that wasn't a hiker, and it wasn't a deer. So what the hell was it? "10 years ago, my brother and I were staying at a cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, just outside of Asheville. And we saw something. It was late October, crystal clear Appalachian night, where the air is so cold it feels sharp. We'd just gotten back from a movie in town, and we were standing by the window of the cabin, looking out over the gravel turnaround, making sure we'd locked the SUV. The moon was huge that night. Everything was silver and gray. And then something in the tree line. "What do you think that is?" I asked my brother. "Bear?" he asked me. "We have black bears here, sure. But this thing, it was the size of a silverback gorilla or a grizzly. It was covered in coarse hair. But it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. It was odd the way it moved. I spent my life studying biology. I've never seen a skeletal structure behave quite like that. It didn't run on all fours, and it didn't walk on two. It stayed in this tight-seated position, almost like a lotus flower, and used its massive, elongated arms to sort of vault its body forward. It was fast, terrifyingly fast as we watched it traverse the tree line. It cleared the gravel lot in 3 or 4 of these powerful, rhythmic lunges. But it was dark. Every time those arms hit the ground, I tried to get a look at its face. You could just hear the gravel crunching under the weight of something that had to be 400 pounds of pure muscle. Both of us were sort of transfixed. We didn't even think to grab a phone or a camera. We just watched this thing propel itself. It was propelling itself toward the dark hollow behind the cabin. Whatever this thing was, it had no interest in us. It didn't even look our way or make a noise. My brother says he heard heavy grunting, but I think I was just so transfixed on what I was seeing, I didn't hear anything. When it reached the other end of the woods, it grabbed a sapling with one of those hands, and it literally swung its entire bulk into the bush. And then it was silence. We stood there for 20 minutes, stone cold sober and completely alert, waiting for something. We eventually reluctantly sat back and tried to decide what the fuck we had just seen. The next morning, I remember going outside just to get a look at things. The lot was hard-packed gravel, so there were no clear prints, but there were these strange, dragged sweeps in the stones. It was where those arms had hung low. There was no fur or smell left behind, but there was the realization that something massive had been living right behind where we slept. Naturally, I've had people ask me if I think it was a Bigfoot. I usually just shrug. Bigfoot feels like a campfire word. What I saw was an anomaly. This massive, bipedal adjacent predator that moved like an Olympic gymnast, disappeared like a ghost. And was it a predator? I don't know. But it was big as hell. The life I took was in self-defense. The skirmish and resolution, both its cause and effect, were out of my hands. I was placed into a situation that was already in motion. Do I feel remorse about what happened? No. Do I feel changed? Yes. I do still catch myself replaying it all again in dreams from time to time. There are nightmares, really. I not only relive every feeling exactly how it was, the nightmares are dictated and exaggerated by my unfiltered imagination, often leading to a very different outcome. In reality, what happened was more difficult to grasp than my nightmares, truly. It changed my life and ended another's. What I told the authorities would change from the original report, and I'd find out my pending court date had never been scheduled. Instead, my apartment would be visited by not the police, but 2 men in black overcoats. And this was another thing that still gives me chills because at the time, I was there alone, so I didn't plan on answering the door for anybody. I heard the knock. I muted the TV, but stayed sitting crisscross on my bed, listening from the bedroom. Then they knocked again, and a solid cold mass forms in my right hand. The sensation makes me gasp. I move my arms from my lap while opening my fingers and trying to release whatever I had. But the weight stayed firmly in my palm, and when I look down at my hand, I think to myself in an absent-mindedness, where'd this doorknob come from? Just as a breeze would brush across my cheek from the crack of an opening door, I found myself standing there, opening that door myself for the gentleman outside. One of the men said my name and rattled off an address. I confirmed that he had the right name, but advised he had an old address. The man said, yes, but your parents are still currently there, correct? I slowly nodded my head. He then says, and Dane's in Ohio right now? Dane's my husband, and that night he was in Cleveland. They knew that I was home alone. Then the second man says, it was brought to our attention from the police report we received that you encountered what exactly? Tears actually filled my eyes with relief because I thought they were sent to help me. I told them everything, and they said, we believe you. Then, a second police report was handed to me, and I was asked to read it again. The paper was an identical copy of the original, except the imputations focused on my attack coming from a crazy man. But he only became a man after he died. The 2 men at my door knew this, yet they still told me it was in my best interest not to go any further with my story. Instead, they made me sign the new report and suggested I get familiar with the new story. After they got my signature, they turned and walked away. I was terrified for years that those 2 men had threatened to harm me or my family if I made any further documented accusations. They want to suppress my story, others like mine, by making us afraid to talk about it. But I can no longer be afraid. My name is Allison Fitelli. In spring 2014, my ex-husband and I were in the process of helping build our dream cabin on a small acre of land we purchased. It's a little over 3 hours from our house, give or take, city traffic, before you reach the open highway. Dane, my ex, had nearly severed his thumb cutting wood. There was a lot of blood. It wasn't a clean cut. The blade caught a weird angle and cut in between his index and thumb and stopped mid-wrist. It was bad. The closest hospital was 45 minutes away through mountain roads. I thought I was going to lose him that day. He was going in and out of consciousness from the pain, and all I could do was pray and not kill us as I drove. The doctors there were not only able to save him, but he was able to keep his thumb as well. It was a true miracle. I don't know how those doctors did it. That incident shortened our projected weekend to work on the cabin. Because of the extensive traumatic damage, they wanted Dane to stay as long as possible so they could check on him, make sure he doesn't go back into shock or something. Once he got set up in a room, I decided that it would be the best use of my time to go back to the cabin, clean up the mess, grab the stuff we'd left there. I assumed he'd want to go straight home when it was all over. It was mid-afternoon when I got back up the mountain. The sun was still high in the sky, but the tree canopy provided relief from the heat. When our cabin was visible, I'd seen that our front door was wide open. I wasn't worried about an intruder, as we were in the middle of nowhere. It was more plausible that the door didn't shut or latch completely in the panic of our departure. Even though I believed I was safe, I still grabbed the little pistol that we had in the glove box. It's a small .357 Magnum. Dane had started bringing it with him once his workplace was robbed in 2010. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the mountain was quiet as I began approaching the cabin. I heard a big crash. It came from inside. It sounded like furniture was getting turned over. I ran up to the doorway thinking that I was going to see a bear, but what I laid eyes on was much more frightening. And I'll confidently say that again. What I'd seen was much more frightening than a bear. It more fit the description of a Bigfoot, but one from a completely different evolutionary branch. The only thing human-looking was when it stood up, and even that was disillusioned by its stature. It was crouched on the ground with its face low down. It was smelling and tasting the pool of Dane's blood. I gasped, and it quickly rose from the floor to a height of well over 7 feet. Its face resembled a fruit bat mixed with a gorilla when it stood. Its body also looked gorilla-like, as if it naturally moved on all fours. Its upper body looked longer than its legs, and its fur was so black that it could have almost hidden amongst the shadows. The gun shook in my hand as I raised it. The creature just stared at me with eyes that could only be described as goat eyes. The pupils were horizontal, but the rest of the eye was a bright amber. It wiggled its snout like it was smelling the air and caught my scent. Then it emitted a soft clicking sound, like stepping down creaky stairs. Echolocation, maybe. Because after it clicked, it started walking towards me, almost as if it was blindly following my scent. The closer it got, the more I was able to study its features. I knew I was going to have to put it down when it got close enough that I wouldn't miss. Although its presence was one of impending death, it wasn't acting aggressive. But I knew that it was hungry, and if it got close enough, it would have acted within its nature. It maneuvered around the furniture towards me, took one more sniff before its head turned straight to me. Its mouth opened like a growling dog, revealing teeth. They were sharp like knives. Predator teeth. Teeth made for catching and serrating. And that's when I emptied the chamber. The first shot got in the shoulder and pushed it back, but only angered it. The second was in its chest, and that's the one that dropped it. It fell backwards behind the couch. After making sure that I still had at least one bullet left, I pulled the lever back and slowly made my way around the couch. That's when I watched his skin push out the black hair, shedding this coat to reveal some sort of pale skin with large pores, indented like he'd slept on a bed of nails. His face began to reform into a more human-esque structure. I could see and hear the bones crunching, reshaping underneath his skin, until the body on the ground became a person, a dead person, still wearing the 2 holes that I'd put in it. But its monstrous features, they'd softened. And yet again, I have to speed down the mountain for a second time to get reception to call the police. The officers that responded and followed me back to the cabin, they're the only other people who had a chance to see the giant scratches in the wood and all of the black hair that was laying around the body. In the days after, I tried following up with them, but I was told that they'd been transferred to another precinct. A few days after that, I received the visit by the 2 men in overcoats. When I talk about quitting surveying, I usually just say the knees gave out, or the pay wasn't worth the brushwhacking. But that's a lie. I quit because of a Tuesday afternoon in the Ozarks, where the world stopped making sense for exactly 44 minutes. I was working a deep wood boundary line, miles from any cell tower or paved road. It was one of those heavy, humid days where the air feels a lot like a wet wool blanket. Around 2 p.m., the woods went dead silent. Now, quiet in the woods is never actually quiet. There's always a cricket, a breeze, some brush. But this was a vacuum. And then a smell. It hit me. It wasn't rot. It wasn't a skunk. It smelled like wet copper and death. Like a car battery that had been left to leak in a swamp. And then there was a hum. It wasn't a sound that you heard with your ears. It was a vibration in your bones, in your teeth. It felt like standing too close to a massive subwoofer. I looked down at my transit, the surveying tool on the tripod, and the needle wasn't just spinning. It was vibrating so hard, it looked blurred. I looked up, and about 50 yards away, standing between 2 ancient oaks, was something that looked like a man, but made of static. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, but it had no edges. It was shaped like a person, but its surface looked like it was composed of a million tiny, shifting needles of gray and black. It didn't have a face, just a slight indentation where the mouth should be. I tried to turn and run, or I thought to turn and run, but my legs felt like they were moving through molasses. It felt like some sort of mind control. My brain was screaming go, but my body was convinced I was underwater. I felt this overwhelming wave of badness, like I was looking at something that wasn't supposed to be rendered in our world. This static man didn't walk, just shifted closer to where I was. Every time it moved, the hum in my teeth got louder, until I could taste blood in my mouth. I remember looking at its hands. It didn't have fingers, just these long, flickering tendrils that seemed to be sampling the air. pulling the color out of the leaves around it. Everywhere those tendrils touched, the forest turned dull, lifeless, gray. I don't remember the actual escape. The last thing I recall is the creature tilting its head, and I felt this sudden sharp pop in my ears, like a plane cabin depressuring. I woke up 3 miles away, sitting in the middle of a creek, clutching my GPS unit so hard my knuckles were white. My GPS said that I'd been moving in a straight line for 40 minutes, but there was no record of my path. Just a single data point where I started, and a single data point where I woke up. When I went back for my expensive gear the next day with a few buddies, I told them I'd seen a cougar and got spooked. We found the tripod. The heavy aluminum legs were melted. Not burned, there was no charring, but the metal had slumped and puddled into the dirt, as if it had been turned into wax. And in the center of the clearing, all the vegetation was dead, just like I'd remembered the leaves being. This wasn't just a brown, it was this stark, chalky white, as if the literal life had been sucked out of the cells. I haven't been back to those woods since. And in fact, I stay out of the woods. I stay in the city now. I like the noise, the sirens, the cars, the shouting. It's all normal. Because every time it gets too quiet, I start thinking about the vibrations in my teeth. And I'm terrified that if I look up, I'll see the world start to flicker again. I mean, it was enough to make me leave my entire career. Because what the fuck was that? I was probably 16 or 17. Back then, if you were bored, you drove. That was just the thing to do. Didn't really matter where. You just picked a direction, piled into someone's car, and until you found somewhere to hang out, you were just driving. That night, it was 4 of us, just killing time. One of the guys suggested that we head out toward the pines, not deep into anything remote, just far enough that there weren't streetlights, and you could sit somewhere quiet without people bothering you, while we, of course, smoked weed. We'd all heard the stories growing up. For years, everyone had. Jersey Devil, weird sounds in the woods, things people swore they saw but never had proof of. None of us really believed it. I guess that's the stereotypical story. No one ever does. But we went anyway, as people do. We turned off the main road onto one of those long, narrow stretches where the pavement starts breaking up and the trees close in on both sides. Eventually, we found a small clearing, really just a patch of dirt off the road, and we parked. Engine off, lights off, just us sitting there in the dark. At first, it was normal, just talking, messing around, someone scrolling through music on their phone, trying to find something worth playing. After a while, the conversation just kind of died down. It happens like that sometimes. No one says anything, but no one feels the need to fill the silence either. But then I just became sort of consumed with how quiet it was. It's like my brain went from telling me it was peaceful to something was wrong. There were no bugs, no wind, no movement. I felt like the woods and everybody in the car was holding their breath. This was empty, not peaceful. Someone cracked a joke about it. Something like, "Yeah, this is exactly where people get murdered." Everyone laughed a little, but it didn't really land, because we all felt it. Then we heard it. A scream. Sharp, high, way too loud for how far away it sounded. It cut through everything. Silence to this scream. And I mean it cut through everything. It didn't echo the way that you'd expect in the woods. It just carried, like it didn't belong there. Nobody spoke for a second, which was odd. Then one of the guys said, "Fox," which, yeah, foxes can make some weird noises, if you've ever heard one before. It can sound like something's dying. But this wasn't that. This had weight to it, like it came from something much bigger. We sat there listening, just when I thought, this is silly. We heard it again, but closer. It wasn't right next to us, but not far enough away to ignore either. This time, something seemed to be moving in the trees. You could hear that with the windows down. Branches shifting, leaves dragging. Not crashing like an animal running, but steady, controlled. Like something moving on purpose. That's when everyone got a little more alert. No one said it out loud, but you could feel it shift. The moment where everyone realizes, okay, maybe we should go. But nobody wanted to be the first one to say it. Remember, we're just teenagers. Then we saw it. Off to the right side of the clearing, just at the edge of where the headlights would have hit if the car had been on. Something stepped between the trees. And even now, I can't tell you exactly what it was. But I know what it wasn't. It wasn't a deer. Too tall for that. It wasn't a person either. The way that it stood, it didn't look right. It certainly wasn't a fox. It was upright, yeah, but not balanced, not natural. Like it was figuring out how to hold itself up all the way. It took a couple steps forward into the open, slow, uneven. I remember thinking, that thing doesn't walk like anything I've ever seen. Then it stopped and stood there. You couldn't make out details, not really. It was too dark for that. But you could see the shape. Thin, long, and then there was another sound. Not a scream as before, lower this time. Almost like it was trying to breathe and make noise at the same time. That was it. Driver didn't say a word. Just turned the keys and the car came alive. Headlights snapped on, and whatever that thing was, it moved fast. Not running like an animal or sprinting like a person, but it covered ground in a way that didn't make sense and disappeared back into the trees. We definitely didn't stick around. Nobody said anything as we pulled back onto the road. Didn't talk about it on the drive home either. It wasn't until later, when we were back somewhere normal, lights, people, noise, that someone finally said, "What the hell was that?" No one had an answer. We all described it slightly differently, but the core of it was the same. Tall, wrong, not something you'd expect to find out there. I don't know what we saw that night. Maybe it was something explainable. Maybe there's an animal out there that moves like that and sounds like that we never bothered to learn about. But I've spent enough time outside to know how things are supposed to sound, how they should move. And whatever the hell made that scream, whatever we saw, it wasn't something that I've ever seen before, or since. My dad is the kind of guy who can fix a radiator with a zip tie and doesn't blink at a black bear rummaging through the trash. He's steady. But there is one story, this one specific memory, that makes him go completely quiet. If you bring it up, he starts fiddling with his wedding ring and looking for a reason to leave the room. I'll tell you what happened, but you have to understand the setting. This wasn't some manicured campsite with a paved loop and a bathhouse. This was deep in the Oregon backcountry, These are the woods where trees are so thick that they seem to swallow the sound of your own voice. E was 22, out there alone just to get some headspace. It was that weird purple hour right before the sun dips below the ridge. He was sitting by his fire, poking at the embers, when he felt that prickle on the back of his neck. You know the one, like a physical finger touching your spine. He looked up, and about 20 feet away, right where the firelight died into the pines, was something. At first his brain did that thing where it tries to make sense of the nonsensical. Oh, a cougar, he thought. But the proportions were off. It was heavy, dense. It sat low to the ground like a leopard, but its shoulders were wide, almost like a bulldog's. And the fur didn't look like fur. It looked like matted, oily velvet. My dad is a hunter. He knows how animal eyes work. Usually you see eye shine, that reflective glow from a flashlight. But this thing, its eyes were generating their own light. They were these piercing, vertical slits, like a rattlesnake's, but neon green. And they weren't flickering. They were fixed on him with a terrifying, intelligent focus. He told me the part that haunts him isn't even the look of it. It was what happened when he tried to scare it off. He threw a heavy piece of flaming kindling at it. He's a good shot. The wood hit the thing square in the chest. And here's the thing. It didn't flinch. It didn't make a sound of pain. Instead, the wood hit it with a dull thud, like it had struck a bag of wet sound or solid muscle. That's when the creature opened its mouth. It didn't growl, though. In my father's words, it unhinged its jaw, far too wide, like a snake, and it let out this wet, rattling sound. Dad said before that it sounded like someone whispering through a throat full of pebbles. Like it was trying to mimic the word hello, but it just came out far creepier. Dad didn't even grab his keys. He ran for his truck, climbed through the cab, and locked the doors from the inside. He sat there with his high beams on, pointed at the woods, but the thing had just vanished. He stayed in that truck until the sun was high in the sky the next morning. He was shivering. Hard to tell if it was the cold or fear. When he finally got the courage to step out and pack up his gear, he found the spot where it had been crouching, where he threw the wood. The dirt wasn't just scuffed. It was compacted. Whatever that thing was, it weighed hundreds of pounds more than any cat its size should. There was a scent lingering in the air. It wasn't musk or wet fur. It smelled like stagnant swamp water and urine. Very pungent urine. On the trunk of the pine tree, right where it sat, there were 4 deep vertical gouges. They weren't claw marks exactly. They looked like they'd been burned into the bark. Naturally, Dad never went back to those woods. He actually sold his camping gear a week later, and he hasn't technically slept in a tent since. He still hunts, but he's always home before the sun goes down. I asked him once, last Thanksgiving, I think, after he'd had a beer and seemed a bit relaxed. I said, "Dad, do you think it was just a mutation, like a sick mountain lion?" And he looked at me, and for the first time in my life, I saw actual, raw dread in his eyes. He whispered, "It didn't even have a heartbeat, honey. I watched its chest the whole time. It's like it never breathed. It was just waiting for the fire to go out." He hasn't spoken about it since, and honestly, After seeing his face when he said that, I stopped asking. But now, I'm just sharing. Apologies for keeping this one short. It's a heavy one. It's the story of my Uncle Ray, one that he told me before he passed. And it's the reason that I've personally never gone into the Pine Barrens or any deep woods, without a heavy pit in my stomach anyway. Ray wasn't really a storyteller. He was a retired pipe fitter from Jersey, a guy who dealt in facts and blueprints. But in 1984, he went on a hunting trip with his best friend Miller, and only one of them came back. The police records say black bear attack, but Ray lived the rest of his life knowing that was a lie of convenience. My Uncle Ray always had this twitch in his left hand, especially when it rained. He'd sit on the porch, staring at the tree line, rubbing his knuckles. One night, after a few too many glasses of rye, he finally told me why. "It wasn't a bear, kid," he said. His voice dropped into that raspy, serious tone that makes your hair stand up. "Bears are messy. They're loud. This was surgical." He and Miller had hiked deep into a section of the Barrens that wasn't even on the topographical maps. They were looking for a specific ridge where the deer were supposed to be thick. By dusk, they'd set up a small camp. It was a blue night. The moon was so bright that you didn't need a lantern. Ray said the woods went vacuum-sealed silent. There was no sound of nature. And then there was a smell that hit them that they could only describe as rot. Miller was standing by the fire, laughing about something, when he just froze. He wasn't looking at the woods, he was looking up. Ray followed his gaze. Perched on a branch about 20 feet up was something that looked like a starved horse, stitched together. But there were wings. The wings were leathery. This thing was upright, with long, spindly legs ending in hooves. But the arms, Ray said that the arms were human length, with talons that looked like obsidian. He'd never seen anything like it. No creature that looked like this, no talons. It didn't scream or growl, you know, Ray whispered. It made this clicking sound, like a typewriter made of bone. Before Ray could even reach for his rifle, the thing dropped. It didn't fall, it more launched. It hit Miller with the force of a car wreck. Ray fired a shot into the air, screaming, thinking that it would scare a predator off. But it didn't flinch. The creature pinned Miller to the ground, and Ray saw its face in the firelight. It had a long, equine snout, but the eyes were glowing crimson, not reflected light, but like internal heat. The attack was over in seconds. The creature didn't eat him. It didn't even seem hungry. It just dismantled him with two quick, powerful swipes from those obsidian talons. It opened Miller's chest from collarbone to hip. It was looking for something specific, Ray thought, because it reached in, pulled out Miller's heart, and just dropped it in the dirt. Then it looked at Ray. He said that he felt a wave of coldness wash over him, one that felt like a physical weight. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. The creature let out a high-pitched, whistling hiss. Unfurled wings that had to be 12 feet across, and it vanished into the canopy without snapping a single twig. Ray spent the night huddled over Miller's body, clutching a rifle that he knew wouldn't do a damn thing. When the Rangers and the state police finally got there the next morning, they treated Ray like a criminal. They looked at Miller at the precision of the wounds, the lack of predatory consumption. And they didn't see an animal. They saw a murder. They interrogated me for 18 hours, Ray told me, his hand shaking. They kept asking where the blade was. They said no animal removes the heart and leaves it behind. Ray knew this too. They checked my clothes for DNA, searched my house, tried to break me, he said. Eventually, the coroner stepped in. The report was changed to probable black bear attack. Why? Because the alternative was impossible. Because if they admitted a winged, horse-headed thing was hunting in the barrens, the tourism industry would die, and the police would have to admit that they couldn't protect anyone. The police told Ray to get his head right and let him go. They treated him like he'd had a psychotic break from the trauma of seeing his friend die. But Ray knew. He told me that though everything was fucked, it wasn't the attack itself that was the most chilling for him. It was the fact that when he looked at the ground where the creature had stood, there were no tracks there. Just scorched patches of pine needles, shaped like hooves, where the ground was still smoking an hour later. Ray died 10 years ago. To this day, the official record says that Miller was a victim of nature. But I just don't think so. I think of Miller's heart lying in the dirt, and the thing that didn't even want to eat it. It just wanted to stop it from beating. R.I.P. Miller, and R.I.P. Uncle Ray. We have dogmen here where I live in the Pacific Northwest. I've read that it's typically a Michigan thing, but there's not really anything else to explain it. No one outside of this family, no one believes that we've seen them over the years. For years, they used to stay in the neighbor's cherry orchard. And in 2024, the other neighbors across the road, they had an apple orchard that they'd stay in. But those neighbors, they've since removed all of their apple trees, the entire apple orchard. Our property has completely changed, and it's noticeable as soon as the sun goes down. You can actually feel the drastic difference between night and day out there now. The first time that I actually saw one was back in 2024, when I had to go outside at about 2 a.m. in the morning to get our dog from her lead. We kept her near the neighbor's yard, but not close to their orchard. Anyway, I walked up to her and I hooked a leash onto her collar and removed her lead. Then I happened to look up in the direction of the cherry orchard, at the entrance of the cherry orchard, standing directly in front of a cherry tree of the first lane. I see a very large, black, two-legged, dog-like creature, standing, looking right at me. Mind you, he's standing on two legs. It stood there as tall as the tree. Happy, our dog either saw it or felt its presence and immediately took off, dragging me to the front door of the house, quickly as possible. Her ears were back and she was whimpering too. I saw it for only a few seconds before being dragged back to the house. I never thought that they could ever leave the orchard. I knew something was in the orchard, but maybe when they cut them down, something changed. Because at the end of last summer, I'd planted some trees, and I would water them in the evening with a sprinkler. One night, I went outside to retrieve the sprinkler after watering the last tree for the night. It was about 11 or 12 a.m. After finishing, I went to turn around, and after shutting the front door, I go to turn my head. I see something dark, extremely tall with pointy ears on its head. In the corner of my eye, it walked past our dog kennel. Our dog kennel is like 12 feet tall, and this thing's ears reached halfway to the roof of the kennel. So, this thing was about 8 feet tall, and it completely vanished by the time that I turned around and looked in the direction. And we live 12 minutes outside of town, out in the country. Our neighbors never come onto the property without our permission. Our neighbors don't have older kids. They don't even have dogs. Not to mention, none of them are 8 feet tall with pointy ears. You wouldn't see anyone on the property. We also have hop fields that border our property on one side. Neighbors next to the hop fields. You can clearly see their property. No one has privacy fences around here, just regular wire fencing. Another time, when I was up at the irrigation pump turning off the water for the night, I could physically hear something very large, heavy, walking towards me from the neighbors to the right, before the cherry orchard. I immediately look in the direction it was coming from, and I saw nothing. I even looked with the flashlight. Nothing there. Then, yet another night, I went to grab a sprinkler at the elm tree that sits closest to the cherry orchard. As soon as I bent down to shut the water off from the sprinkler, I picked up the sprinkler. I could clearly hear something walking out of the orchard, walking towards me. I refused to look up in that direction. I just immediately grabbed the sprinkler and hose, turned toward the house, and started walking toward the house as quickly as possible. The sound of footsteps stopped as soon as I got to the lights in front of the house. Thankfully, because I still had to go to the irrigation pump to turn off the water, then go back to the house for the night. I truly don't even know how or why I did it, besides, needing the water off. What I find unsettling and somewhat comforting is that my dad has always been a denier, denying that anything's out there. Until recently, he saw one walk up to the house, walk past his vehicles in the driveway. That's when my uncle says that he's seen them too. Thanks a lot, Unc. He never spoke up before. But now, he's got stories. It's not just me that sees or hears. I know you're supposed to ignore them, but sometimes it gets hard to ignore them when they just keep showing up on your property. I guess I should just feel lucky that we're all in one piece, huh? So this was an ongoing thing. In 2019, I moved in with my current partner into a historic Queen Anne-style home in a fairly large city in northeast Indiana. I think the house was built in 1901, and the entire house had a very old world turn-of-the-century theme going on, right down to the light fixtures and the furnishings. The layout of our house was sort of strange. The first floor bathroom was right off of the kitchen, and the kitchen was connected to the family room, but in such a way that you couldn't see into the bathroom from the family room. In this particular bathroom, there were 2 very large antique mirrors that were original to the house. I refused to go to the bathroom at night because I always just got a creepy vibe from those mirrors, to the extent that I would avoid looking into the bathroom when I was forced to go into the kitchen at night. There are many, many nights when I would sit on the couch in the family room watching TV, and I'd notice out of the corner of my eye a small child peeking around the corner of the doorway, looking at me. But it would always vanish whenever I looked directly at it. I never got bad vibes per se, but it was creepy for sure. And I felt as though I was always being watched, to the extent that I would intentionally close the bathroom door in the early evening so I didn't have to interact with the bathroom at all. Something like that truly only becomes a habit if it frightens you to your core. We moved a couple of years ago, but we sold the house to an acquaintance who ended up keeping the mirrors. I really should ask her if they've had anything happen, or if she gets the same vibe from the bathroom. I can't bring myself to, though. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect two rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle, and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jam. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors. Nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk, watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. I was probably around 11 or 12 when this happened. Just old enough to start feeling too old to be scared of the dark, but young enough that a certain shadow could ruin my whole night. It was late. I don't remember what time exactly, just that everything was quiet. I knew it well. The middle of the night kind of quiet, where it almost felt like a dream. Usually waking up needing to pee, like I did this night. Bad. I got up, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and padded down the hall barefoot. Our bathroom was across the kitchen, and as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door was open just enough to see inside. The light wasn't on, but there was just enough glow from the hallway nightlight to make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the bathroom, maybe on the bathtub. A woman. She was sitting there, completely still, hands in her lap. And I swear to God, she turned and looked right at me. Just her head, like it was on a swivel. I didn't scream. I didn't even run. I just stood there frozen, half asleep, convinced I must be looking at my mom. That had to be it, right? Maybe she didn't turn the light on. Maybe she was just sitting in the dark like a total weirdo. Moms do weird stuff sometimes. But then I glanced down the hall at my parents' bedroom door. It was wide open. Something about that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to see that. I crept toward their room, every step making my skin crawl a little bit more. I peeked in. My mom was there, completely knocked out, asleep in bed. That's when the fear really hit. This creeping, icy dread climbed up the back of my neck and settled behind my ears. I remember whispering, "No," under my breath, and turning around so fast I nearly slipped on the hardwood. But the problem was, I still had to pee, so I sprinted to the other bathroom, the one connected to the guest room. I slammed the door, locked it, did my business while staring at the crack beneath the door, half expecting to see 2 feet standing outside. When I finally built up the courage to come back out, the hallway was empty. The bathroom door that I had seen her in, it was still open, still dark, but she was gone. I've never forgotten that night. Never forgot the way she looked at me, if you could even call it looking. There were no real features to speak of, just darkness in the shape of a woman, and the heavy, awful feeling that I had walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see. This isn't my story, but a business friend once told me that he went to Washington for a meeting with some government officials one year. After his meeting, he was walking through this park towards his hotel, and there were a bunch of children on a school trip running around everywhere. As he was walking, he noticed this lady in a long blue overcoat. She was walking towards him on the same path. As she gets closer, she asks him for directions to a place, and he pulls out his map to show her. Eventually, she starts asking what he's here for, and about his family, etc. Eventually, she says, "Steve, do you have anything to be thankful for?" He found this to be an odd question, but he replied. She then asked if he was worried about anything. He responded, "Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a healthy child, because she's pregnant right now." The lady then says that she would like to bless Steve. He thinks this is weird, but doesn't want to be rude, and he accepts it. She places a hand on his shoulder and does a blessing. They say their goodbye and start walking away. Steve then turns around after about 3 or 4 steps. He looks back and the lady's gone. He can't see her anywhere in this massive open park. He also realizes where there were kids and people running around him before, there's like a 200-foot radius around him with no one in it. He's convinced that he was touched by an angel or transported somewhere temporarily. He's not really religious either. Just a crazy experience. I was driving home after visiting my mom out of state. It's a 9-hour trip through mostly empty stretches of highway. I usually try to do it all in one go, but this time I was dragging. Around 2 a.m., I decided to stop and rest my eyes for a bit. I pulled into a rest stop just over the state line, one of those older ones, fluorescent lights humming above, cracked pavement, vending machines inside a building that smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. There was one other car in the lot, parked way over in the corner. No lights on. Looked empty. I went inside to use the bathroom and grab a soda. There was a woman already there, standing near the vending machines, facing them like she was trying to make a decision. She didn't acknowledge me, just stood there, completely motionless. Something about it kind of made my skin crawl. It was subtle, barely anything I could name, but the way that she was standing felt off script, like someone had posed her and walked away. Her limbs didn't hang naturally, and her body didn't shift weight or breathe the way a person would. when they're alone in a quiet space. I cleared my throat and I said something like, "Long night?" She turned her head just slightly, just enough for me to see her eyes. They were a bit wide, not in surprise, just in a frozen way, like she hadn't blinked in minutes. Her face didn't really move, but her mouth pulled into a smile, looked more like a crack spreading through porcelain, but a smile nonetheless. I found myself stepping back, but I told myself I was being dramatic, overly tired and imagining things. But I ducked into the bathroom, just to put a door between us. I waited longer than I needed to, hoped that she'd be gone by the time I came out. When I stepped back into the main room, the place was empty, but I hadn't heard the door open. No footsteps, no sounds at all. Outside, her car was still in the same spot, but now the back door was hanging open. Not wide, just enough. I didn't look inside. I just got in my car and I locked the doors, and I left. A few miles down the highway, I pulled into a different rest stop. Brighter lights, people milling around. A little safer feeling, I guess. Near the bathrooms was a bulletin board. There was faded flyers, but a missing person poster. A few of them. And there she was. Julie. Last seen 8 years ago. Disappeared from a rest stop. I took down the number. I reported what I saw, even though deep down, I don't think what I saw was a missing person. I think it was a ghost. Her ghost. As far as I know, she's never been found. Demons made me do it, but I'm better now. I got a 5-year-old niece that said this to me when I found her standing over my 2-year-old son, gripping a pair of scissors in her hand. They were plastic kid scissors, too. I can barely get them to cut construction paper, but somehow she'd managed to get a pretty decent gash up her palm from how tightly she was holding it. When I pulled the scissors away from her, I turned to put them on the dresser. In that time, she wiped a cross on my baby's forehead with her blood. I grabbed her arm the moment I saw her doing it, and that's when I saw how long the cut was. Gauze stopped its leak, long enough for me to get everyone cleaned up the best I could before rushing her to the ER. I called my sister and told her where we were, what happened. When she answered, there was something in her voice, something that led me to believe her daughter's demons made me do it thing wasn't new. Yeah, instead it was clear that this may not have been a random, isolated event. I expected chaos on the phone when I called, but her, oh no, it sounded like I was talking about Grandma dying or something. It was a suffering I didn't quite understand or have the patience to inquire further about on the phone. She left work and got to the hospital, just as the doctor was calling us from the waiting room. While my niece received stitches, my sister admitted that she hadn't been at work today. She was at home, sleeping. Allie had been acting strange for the past 3 days, but her manic activity had been persistent only in the night. She thought that she could drop Allie off for a few hours so she could get some rest. My exhausted sister was profoundly apologetic, and of course I was a good sister and I didn't make her feel worse about everything. However, she couldn't escape an explanation of what she meant by Allie's behavior being weird for 3 days, because she did look tired. If her daughter hadn't wiped blood on my baby's face, I might have told her to go home and get a few more hours of shut-eye. Sadly, I lacked that empathy, as we listened to the doctor remind Allie that she needs to stop moving so that he can finish the stitches. My sister pulls me out of earshot, and I'm thinking, oh great, here comes some excuse about how this whole thing isn't a result of her parenting. And I'm not saying she's a bad parent, but that's also why I haven't named her in this story. I don't know any other children who think it's okay to cut their hand open to bleed on a baby. How was she going to normalize it? Because the next sentence that she was about to say, it would determine if I was going to call Child Protective Services when I got in my car. I didn't make the call when I got in my car. What I ended up doing was praying to Jesus for Amy's soul. I also went and got a Bible for every room in the house. 3 or 4 days before the hospital visit, I think I babysat Amy on day 4 of it. The afternoon before it all started up, let's say. My sister lives in a trailer park. It's a really nice trailer park. People keep their yards and trailers nicer than half the houses on my block. Not mine, but most. The door leading to their back area has this big doggy door so that their pit bull can come in and out. His name is Coco, and he's a good boy, but a wide boy, so his doggy door is a little bigger. She hears Amy in the kitchen saying, come inside, all excited, and thinks that she's trying to get Coco in. But Amy doesn't ever do that, so she gets up to see what's going on, and instead of a dog crawling through the door, it's another little girl. She had brown hair and was wearing a blue Sesame Street hoodie with a logo across the chest. Both girls giggled, looked at Sis, and then ran back into Amy's room. She said when the girls looked at her, Amy's little friend apparently had little beady black eyes. She said it made her skin crawl when she'd seen them. Nothing about any of that was able to be ignored, and she thought whoever's kid it was must be wondering where she was. It was a little after 7, but a 5-year-old shouldn't be climbing through strangers' doggy doors any hour of the day. My sister says that she stormed back to Amy's room just fuming at the disrespect. She kicked open the door, hoping to scare the children into paying attention. So boom, she kicks the door open, and it's just Amy in the room, and she doesn't react at all. I was told that she was smiling, like she'd been waiting for her to do that. Where's your friend? Amy tried to gaslight my sister, acted completely confused. Denied ever seeing each other by the doggy door moments earlier. My sister says that she tore up Amy's room looking for that little girl, and then apologized the entire time that she helped her put her room back together because there was no blue hoodie girl to be found. My sister had never felt crazier in her entire life than she did standing in Amy's room. Their night continues like normal. They have dinner, she puts Amy to bed, my sister goes to bed. Amy wakes up at 1 a.m. screaming at the top of her lungs. Nonsense. Like one of the things she's screaming was, "Birdie died, no chirp chirp." My sister did everything she could to get Amy to stop. Thankfully, none of her neighbors called the cops on her. She screamed until 4, and then went silent, closed her eyes and began to snore. It was the weirdest thing she'd ever experienced as a mom. But the next morning, Amy was totally fine. Nothing wrong. She woke up like normal, not tired. Her voice didn't sound hoarse. My sister even sent her off to school, and she had a great day. But that night, it was the same story, and so on and so forth. I don't really know what to do now because this situation is way past sisterly advice. I'm glad she's at the doctor's. I know she's getting checked out for multiple things. This can't be solved by me telling her to get her shit together. I'm going to have to call around to some churches, I think. I wouldn't know where else to contact for help or advice. The doctors can only do so much. Except here, of course. So please, if you've gotten any advice and you've taken the time to read this, please help me think of a way to help my sister. It's always something. Even when Amy wasn't possessed by whatever this is, she was still getting into things and drawing on walls. I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, Before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time, and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, well, bite them back. I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, well, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother, too, "Unlock the door, please, and let me in." But she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the third or fourth day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but his reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So, she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil, anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response, and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. "No, you won't. You will let me in right now." And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone, and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen, hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening, when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them. And I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more, back when I was pure and strong and open. Was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it'd sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity. I grew up in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. And when I say nowhere, I mean the nearest grocery store was about 45 minutes away. So whenever our family needed to go shopping, it definitely turned into a whole outing. We'd pile into the car, get groceries, grab dinner somewhere, sometimes even see a movie if it was late enough. I also grew up in a big family, which meant the house was almost never empty. Except for one pretty memorable night. My sister had homework to finish, so she stayed home while the rest of us went into town. It wasn't unusual. She was probably 13 or 14 at the time, and responsible enough to handle a quiet evening by herself. We ended up being gone longer than expected. Between the grocery store and grabbing food, we didn't get back home until about 10 that night. When we pulled into the driveway, the first thing we noticed was my sister sitting outside on this old concrete barrier beside the house. She was crying. Not just upset, really crying. We all jumped out of the car asking what was wrong. Once she caught her breath, she told us what had happened. She said that she'd been doing her homework at the kitchen table with the TV on when she heard the back mudroom door open. Our house had hardwood floors in the kitchen, so whenever someone came in, you could hear their footsteps clearly. She assumed it was us coming home early, but after a couple of minutes, she realized no one had walked into the room, so she got up to check. When she looked into the mudroom, the door was closed. No one was there. At first, she thought that maybe she'd imagined it, but as she looked down at the floor, she saw faint footprints. She then looked outside and realized the car that we took into town was still gone, that the other vehicles were parked exactly where they'd been earlier. She looked again, and the footprints were gone. The way the mudroom worked, when someone came in the back door, they could either step into the house or turn and go straight down into the basement. So in her mind, the only explanation was that someone had gone downstairs, and she knew she was supposed to be home alone. That's when she panicked. Instead of checking the basement, she ran outside and climbed into one of the parked cars. She locked the doors and stayed there for over an hour. Eventually, she worked up the courage to get out and walk back toward the house. She told us that as she approached the mudroom door, it suddenly swung open right in front of her. No one was there. That was when she ran back down toward the cars again. And right then, she saw our headlights turning into the driveway. She broke down crying and started telling us that something was in the house. Naturally, my dad and I assumed that there was some sort of explanation. My sister had a habit of watching paranormal shows and scaring herself, so we figured her imagination had gotten the better of her. Still, she was so convinced someone had gone into that basement that my dad decided to check it out. We went downstairs together. Nothing and no one. There were no open windows or signs of anyone breaking in. My dad walked through the entire upstairs while the rest of the family started bringing groceries inside. Everything looked normal. Eventually, everyone relaxed a little. My sister calmed down, and my mom kept reassuring her that she must have imagined the whole thing. I was the last one bringing groceries in from the car. When I walked inside, I noticed something. The light in the far back room of the basement was still on. The basement had 4 rooms. The front 2 were controlled by a switch near the stairs, but the back 2 used a pull-string bulb hanging from the ceiling. From the kitchen doorway, you could see the light from the back room shining through the basement door, but you could also see the light swaying back and forth, but you couldn't see the bulb itself. I stood there for a moment debating whether to go downstairs and pull the string or just leave it. Finally, I took a couple steps down the stairs, and that's when I heard the unmistakable sound of a pull string being tugged. Ka-chink! The light shut off. I froze. My first thought was that it had to have been my dad, so I walked back upstairs I went into the living room. My dad was already sitting in his chair with the TV on. My mom was talking to my sister, who had finally stopped crying. I walked over to my dad and quietly said, "I'm gonna lock the mudroom door tonight." He looked confused. We almost never locked that door when everyone was home. It was technically a fire exit and we kept it accessible. But he must have seen something in my face because he just nodded. For context, the mudroom had its own lock that we installed years earlier. The outside door was usually left unlocked so that if one of us kids got locked out in the winter, we could at least get into the mudroom and warm up. If someone wanted to steal our washer and dryer or old paint cans from the basement, they were welcome to try. But that night, I locked it. I lived in that farmhouse on and off for 25 years. I still own the place today, although I don't live there anymore. And in all that time, I never experienced anything strange again. Just that one night. But I'll never forget that sound. That ka-ching. It's burned into my memory forever. What's interesting is that my sister and I remember that night very differently. We talked about it again years later when we were both adults. For me, it's one of those things I can't quite explain. I've gone through every possible rational explanation in my head. For her, there's no mystery at all. In her mind, it was just a ghost. And that's her childhood ghost story. And no amount of rationalizing it is going to change that, though there's not much to rationalize. In fact, when I told her about hearing the pull of the string that night, it only confirmed what she already believed. The funny part is she's never worried about it, not since she was a child. She doesn't think that it's anything dangerous, just something that happened to be there, something that walked through the house once and then left. Our grandparents took us when our biological parents were seen as unfit by the courts. My sister Kaylee's 3 years older than me. She's always had a darker aesthetic, a true goth. Kaylee really leaned into the broken, dysfunctional family identity, even though our grandparents were perfect guardians to us. In high school, she started practicing witchcraft, but I was never allowed to practice or learn the techniques. It was a secret that I accidentally stumbled into after going in her room unannounced one night. Kaylee's room was in the attic, and when I walked in, there's a small, narrow set of stairs before I could see her room. Her lights were off, but I could see this faint glow of candles reflecting off the ceiling. Instead of just calling her name, I decided to tiptoe on the stairs to see what she was doing. When I got to a step where I could visibly see into her room, Kaylee's back was facing me. She was sitting on the ground, and there was a candle on either side of her. And directly in front of Kaylee, I see a young man crouched on his knees, and it looks like they're talking. I thought Kaylee had somehow snuck a boy into her room, and I walked up the last couple of stairs thinking of ways that I could use this as blackmail in the future. But when I got to the top step, the boy looks past Kaylee, right at me. We make eye contact. Kaylee turns around and he disappears as I'm still staring at him. It was indescribably terrifying, and it turned my legs to jello. When I looked back at Kaylee, she was coming towards me with a disdained facial expression. I thought that she was scared too, but in reality, she was angry that I'd interrupted. She threatened me by saying she would put a hex on me if I told our grandparents anything. I'm not sure when she'd actually conjured this spirit, but I was made fully aware of it all after Kaylee graduated and left for boot camp. Before leaving, she told me to stay out of the attic, and so naturally, you know what I did. I stayed out of the attic, minded my own business, didn't think about it. I pretended the house didn't even have an attic, and that routine worked all right for about a week. During that week, I'd hear footsteps in the attic above me, as if Kaylee was still living there. Now that she wasn't, every noise induced paranoia, and my grandparents were both almost deaf. A train could have plowed through the living room and not disturbed them. It's partially why I assumed the boy in her room was real at the time. We didn't take advantage of their hearing loss, but we sure could have, easily. And now it felt even more isolating to know that I was the only one hearing the noises continue in the attic. One night I woke up to use the bathroom. The door to the stairs for the attic was at the very end of the little hallway. It was closed when I crossed from my room to the bathroom, but on my return, I noticed the attic door was now wide open. The hallway had a few blue nightlights that barely illuminated the ground enough to see where you're going. It was enough to light up the first couple of steps, but the rest of the steps were completely black. I stood there staring into the stairwell, questioning whether or not I should go and close it. Then, I watched a pair of legs step from the blackness, becoming barely visible in the blue glow. The bare feet took another step down to the last step before the bottom. I could now see up to their shins. The room was on the opposite end of the hallway. The bathroom was right in the middle. I started slowly backing up towards my room. It took the final step, and I could see about up to its knees. I turned, I ran the last couple of steps, and I slammed the door of my room just as the sound of bare feet slapping on the wood behind me started. The next morning, I left my room and the door to the attic was closed again. With the sun up, I was feeling brave enough to swallow that feeling of dread and go investigate Kaylee's room. I popped open the door and walked up the stairs. The temperature was noticeably colder in her room, like I'd stepped through a barrier from the hallway. It didn't make sense. I flipped on the light. The room was empty. I assumed everything was just how she left it. I walked to the other side of her bed, to the same area she was sitting with the candles that night. The waxy remains were hardened to the floor, and in between them were carvings in the wood. There was a yes and a no, and then it looked like she carved out the alphabet in all capital letters. I realized what I was looking at was a homemade Ouija board. Then, right next to all of that, sitting under her bedside table, I found papers and papers of conversations Kaylee had meticulously written out while apparently corresponding with something. She documented the questions that she asked, along with the responses she received. Near the end, I started feeling like I'd rudely intruded on my sister's privacy, because from what I gathered, the thing that she was talking to was named Otis, and originally, the note started with her trying to get some sort of revenge on a classmate, one who'd wronged her at school. In another conversation, on another piece of paper, it's insinuated that her revenge plot had been successful, though I wasn't able to figure out what exactly happened. But it was visceral and made Kaylee second-guess what she was doing. Otis insisted what had happened to her classmate as a result of her spell was necessary in order to successfully resolve Kaylee's issue. More pages reveal Otis's growing infatuation for Kaylee. In one string of dialogue she wrote, "I don't love you. I love the idea of you, but even that's become a burden to my senses." There's a full page after that one where Otis repeats, "Let me in," over and over, until Kaylee says, "Please stop." I know in theory and in retrospect, by all means, everything I found in her room was terrifying beyond belief. But as I sat in this cold, dimly lit attic, reading through the remaining pages, I couldn't help but cry. It was a story about a lonely girl who'd met a lonely ghost. The ghost devoted itself to Kaylee, and for a moment, it seemed like she loved Otis too. Unfortunately, these notes weren't dated, so I couldn't tell how long these took to transpose. Otis suggests that there's ways that they could possibly be together, by her joining him on his side, or him joining her. The idea of this fantasy becoming reality scared Kaylee, and she tries to slow it down. I empathize for Otis. If he were living, Kaylee's emotional flip and change in behavior would have been extremely hurtful. I think from his perspective, it was like he suggested they move in together. He felt scorned, and that's how he began to act near the end. Threats, accusations, anything to hurt Kaylee as much as she'd hurt him. There was this, but on the other side of the coin, I also had to empathize for my sister, because if Otis were living, he most likely wouldn't have asked her to unalive herself or be possessed, essentially. Either way, the last few pages were just sad all around for all parties involved. This was the reason Kaylee joined the military, to escape the oppressive squeeze that she'd felt tighten around her soul. It ended with Otis telling Kaylee that he'd wait there forever. I sat at the end of Kaylee's bed and cried until my tears began to wet the pages, and I'd put them back where I'd found them. There was a crystal that our grandpa had gotten her as a gift on top of her bedside table, with a rough tip that I used to scrape out the Ouija board on the ground. I first scratched in a big goodbye and then crossed it out. I defaced the rest of it until it was unreadable. It looked like a big dog had been digging with his nails on the ground for months. At least that's what my grandpa would think it looked like when he went up there looking for who knows what weeks later. I pretended that it was my first time seeing it and told him, yeah, Kaylee was sneaking around a friend's husky the last couple of weeks she was living here. Grandpa says, and it didn't bark once. I tell him it barked all the time, and I thought he knew about the dog because he and Grandma were just ignoring it. When he asked about the candle wax, I told him Kaylee's irresponsible, and that's why I should get the car that he was going to give her after she completed boot camp. I didn't think that was very fair, but he said if I joined the military, he'd give me Grandma's car. Lo and behold, I'd still get Grandma's car even without enlisting. Rest in peace, Dolores. You were an absolute amazing substitute mother, and you kept your car in wonderful shape. I'm going to tell this story exactly as it happened, because if I try to polish it up, it sounds ridiculous. This was about 5 years ago, right after I'd left my ex and moved us into a tiny, beat-up rental house outside of Raleigh. It was cheap, and that's all that mattered. My son, Liam, was 3 at the time. I was working 2 waitressing jobs, pulling doubles, just exhausted all the time. The whole world felt tight and mean, like I was trying to swim up a waterfall. I had nothing left to give, but I had to keep going for him. Liam started talking about this nice lady. It happened whenever he was sick or having a rough night. He wouldn't cry for me. He'd just quietly call for her. He'd tell me that she sat with him until his tummy felt better, or that she helped him find his favorite stuffed animal. I figured it was a coping mechanism, a phase, but he'd mentioned these small gifts, simple things. One morning he woke up and was clutching this perfect, smooth river stone. I asked him where he got it. He said the nice lady gave it to me. We didn't live near a river. The next week, it was a small wooden block, but not a brightly painted one like his toys. It was plain, polished walnut. The one that really got me was the handkerchief. It was folded neatly on his pillow one morning, crisp white cotton, slightly yellowed with age, and embroidered with the initials SEM. It smelled faintly of old-fashioned soap and talcum powder. I asked Liam about it, and he just said, "She gave it to me so I wouldn't sneeze on my sleeve." I was touched, but completely stumped. Where were these items coming from? I was meticulously locking up. I searched the house, thinking maybe the owner had left some things in a drawer, but I found nothing. The climax happened late on a Friday night. I had worked 12 hours. My car had died in the parking lot, and the electric bill was due. I just hit a wall. I put Liam to bed, went into the living room, and collapsed onto the floor in front of the cold fireplace. I was crying the big, silent, chest-heaving sobs that steal your breath. I was done. And then I felt it. A light, steady pressure settled on my back right shoulder. It was warm, like a hand, but there was no weight. It was just comfort. I stopped crying and froze where I was, too terrified to move, but too wrapped up in the warmth to panic. Then a voice. It was soft, gentle, and a little thin, like old lace. It was right next to my ear. It said with such quiet conviction, "It's all right, Sarah. You're doing well, sweet girl. You're doing the best you can." The warmth stayed for a moment longer and then lifted away. I sat up completely alone, chills covering every inch of my skin. My name is Jessica. It's always been Jessica. I ran to the old tax records the next day. The house had been built in 1948. The couple who owned it from the mid-60s to the late 90s. What was their name? Sarah Ellen McDaniel. And her husband. The husband had died overseas, leaving Sarah to raise their son alone in the house. I don't really think that the woman who visited Liam was a malicious spirit or even a lost soul. She was stuck in her own beautiful, quiet routine, a spirit of nurture and survival. She wasn't comforting me, Jessica, the struggling mom. She was comforting the memory of herself, Sarah. I never heard the voice again, but I kept the handkerchief. I started feeling like maybe, just maybe, the weight on my shoulders wasn't all mine to carry. I was 16 and a passenger in my then boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, "That roof is going to collapse." He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true. Each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023, none of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed. Not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech, before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have 2 glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible, but it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 in the morning, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, a click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. My now 10-year-old sister was born after a prophetic dream by my dying great-grandmother. She saw my mother holding a pink blanket a year before my mother was pregnant, even said the calendar was on October. My sister was born October 12th. But my sister has dreams that come true. Some of you may remember a few years back, a school bus flipped and 2 kids died in the southern states of the U.S. 3 days before that happened, she woke up crying and said, "The bus crashed. 2 of the kids died, but one of them saved his friend." 3 days later, the news reported that a bus had crashed and 2 kids had died. A week later, they released the video. It clearly showed one of the kids who died grabbing his seatmate and putting his body between her and the side of the bus. When my sister was 3 and I was 18, she told me not to go to work because she had a dream that I was hit by a car. I didn't think much of it, but She got really upset, so I stayed home, just to keep her calm. The bus that I'd been planning to ride was sideswiped by an SUV as it unloaded passengers at a stop. And last year, she told me she had a dream about a girl who kept hitting me and screaming that I was a monster and that she would kill me. 3 days later, a girl that I dumped for cheating on me attacked me at a Walmart. She pulled a knife and tried to stab me in the face. Those are just some of the more unnerving ones, but there are a lot of others. I don't know if this makes her a psychic or what, but it's certainly strange, and no one in our family seems to be able to explain it. As a child, I recall one experience very vividly. I was about 12 years old. I lived in a 2-bedroom home with my parents and 2 sisters. One summer night, my mom was boiling a chicken while we waited for my dad to come home from work. I remember going to bed around 10 p.m., and my sisters, the 3 of us, shared a room. In the middle of the night, I started feeling very uneasy. I felt nauseous and woke up. I tried falling back asleep, rolled onto my right side. This is where the strange things occur. At first, I wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but I still question that to this day because of the real-life repercussions. In my dream, I had woken up. I'd rolled to the left side of my bed and was facing my sister's bed in the middle. Our bedroom door was closed, but I saw something coming through the door, on the ground. It was a small being, not sure if it was a sort of dwarf or alien, but it had milky, translucent skin with long, skinny arms. The thing climbed up on my sister's bed, and it sat on her chest. In my dream, I remember being wide-eyed and panicking. I screamed that it leave my sister alone. Then, the thing looked at me straight in the eyes and grabbed me by my right wrist. It told me, "Wake up if you don't want to die." I woke up and screamed my head off. I ran to my bedroom door to go to my parents' room, but when I opened the door, the house was full of thick black smoke. I started to scream and woke everyone up. My dad got all of us outside, and I was crying. I told my parents about my dream, and they were in shock. If I hadn't woken up, we would all be dead. My mom had fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the chicken that she was boiling that night. I'm 27 years old now, but I remember this event and that thing very clearly. They're embedded into my memory. I just have no idea what it was. My husband and I have been trying to eat better. It's our first summer without the children in the house, and we've been trying to get as healthy as we can to stay alive for as long as we can. Dave and I made a routine of walking the neighborhood in the mornings, and we've been able to stick to that for a little over a year. We started this before Jameson had left the nest. It was a part of Dave's physical therapy after the surgery, and although I do love my sleep, I've enjoyed the morning walks when it feels like we're the only ones awake in the world. And we most likely are because these walks start around 4 a.m., so Dave can come home and take a shower before work. I've been bringing bread to feed the raccoons and other nocturnal critters that we see scampering around. On the other side of the neighborhood, when Dave and I first started our walks, there were a handful of times that we'd walk past a young man. He was outside working on his car. I assumed he'd been out there all night tinkering. He wasn't threatening. We'd actually exchanged an awkward wave a couple of times when we happened to walk by while he wasn't shoulder deep in the front of his car. We always knew the mornings we would see him because a tangy smell would waft in the air, one that we could smell many houses down before we got to his. It was the distinct scent of chemicals and cat piss. The first time we smelled it, Dave said, "Uh-oh, someone's been messing around." All the other pieces added up when we saw the guy with tools scattered all around him in the driveway, laying on a skateboard under his car. We were both like, I bet that's where the meth smell came from. And we'd only find out how correct we were after an explosion shook the whole neighborhood one night. Dave and I aren't nosy people, but it sounded like a bomb went off down the street, so he and I quickly got on our shoes and walked outside into the front yard to see what we could see. Our next-door neighbors joined us in their yards, all of us standing in our pajamas looking at a fire on the other block next to ours. It was 2 streets over, to be exact. One of the houses was completely engulfed in flames. There was an eerie stillness that we all shared. None of us were thinking with clear, awake thoughts. It was probably 2 a.m. Besides the sound of crackling wood and a distant car alarm, everything else was silent. Noticing the quietness snapped me out of it because I thought to myself, I wonder where the fire department is. I didn't hear any distant approaching sirens. I think, oh no. And I yelled to our adjacent neighbors, did anyone call 911? Nobody replied, so I ran back into our house and called emergency services as fast as I could. Eventually, they did arrive to extinguish the fire, but the house was destroyed. One of the houses next to it caught fire as well, but theirs wasn't a total loss. We'd find out that they weren't just smoking it, they were making it as well, Breaking Bad style. 6 people lost their lives in that explosion that night. It surprised us that such a dingy operation could have been set up without anyone knowing. Kind of makes you wonder what other activities could be going on in the neighborhood, right under our noses. The house is still a blackened shell of wood next to the other houses around it, and either nobody's been working on getting it cleaned up or the process has been extremely slow. Either way, David and I still walk by it every morning. The chemical and cat piss smell has been diminished a bit, now replaced by the subtle, stagnant, burnt wood smell that permeates a 20-yard radius. Besides being an eyesore, it's also creepy. The energy feels oppressing when we walk by it. I can't describe it in a way that doesn't sound dramatic, but I tend to pick up my pace when we get close. Once before we got to the house, we heard talking and laughing. It sounded like we were going to see a group of people being playfully rowdy just as we rounded the bend of the street. David suggested that it might be some kids leaving a house party that spilled into the morning. We joked and even reminisced about the wild parties that we attended in our 20s. Then as we passed the burnt-down house, David says, "Wait, shh." And then he whispers, "Remember hearing all those people?" I hadn't paid attention after he and I started joking about our times, but his inertia slung my focus right back to the quiet street we were on. He didn't have to say any more. I knew exactly what he was thinking, at least part of what he was thinking. We both heard people getting loud. None of the other houses seemed to notice, and one of the closest was vacant while the roof was being repaired. Still thinking David and I were on the same wavelength, I grabbed his hand and tried to jog away. But he doesn't move, and I'm unintentionally tugged back towards him. I say, "Let's go." But David says, "Look, please look," while pointing at one of the broken-out windows on the 2nd floor. As much as I wanted to bolt, I stood there, and I tried to see what he was pointing at, but the exterior was a black void. I say, "What?" And he says, "Never mind, they're gone." Promising on our marriage and with oddly teary eyes, David tells me that something told him to look up at that area of the house. We've talked about it in the past, how we both don't like looking into open holes of a house, admittedly afraid to see something looking back. It wasn't a literal voice that he heard, more like a sensation that beckoned his attention, and when he glanced over, David saw someone dressed like him darting between the open gaps of the foundation, pointing to his own hood. He said these reflective strips kept catching the streetlight while the guy disappeared back and forth through the house's destruction. To act out what he'd seen, David pumps his arms, moves his body like he was speed walking, but the distance he covers It moved much slower, and the whole time, he maintained eye contact. He was just staring at me. I asked if that's what the guy was doing to him, and he said yes, but the hood shadowed his face, concealing their features. There's no reason for me not to believe David saw someone in there. I don't know what it could be. When he first stopped me, I thought, oh, did David see a ghost? Maybe it was the spirit of the dead junkie who worked on his car and gave us an uncomfortable wave that couple of times. That would have been nice, I think, if David saw his ghost giving us one more wave goodbye. But instead, he tells me something that I can't even fantasize as nice. It's now objectively scary. So we have officially changed our walks to a half moon instead of a loop, if that makes sense. Any way to avoid passing that house, or what's left of it anyway. I hope they knock it down soon. There's something evil on that property. I don't know if they were worshiping the devil in there before they exploded themselves, but yeah, evil, evil stuff. And don't mess around, I guess. The house I grew up in had a strange layout downstairs. If you walk through it right away, you can make a full loop through several rooms and end up exactly where you started. There was a kitchen, a small hallway, the living room, then another doorway that led back toward the dining area and around again. For kids, it was perfect. My brother and I used to spend hours running circles through those rooms like it was our own indoor racetrack. Most nights it drove my parents crazy, but every once in a while they'd let us burn off energy before bed. One evening when I was about 9 or 10, my brother and I were doing exactly that. We were racing through the house, darting through doorways and laughing as we tried to outrun each other around the loop. The lights were on. The house was otherwise quiet, and I remember being completely focused on catching up to him. I had just turned the corner from the living room toward the kitchen when I saw someone standing there. He was right in the middle of the kitchen floor, blocking the path. I stopped immediately so I wouldn't run straight into him. At first, my brain just assumed it was an adult, maybe one of my parents or someone visiting. But when I looked up at his face, I realized I'd never seen him before. He was tall, probably around 6 feet, with a long face and dark blonde hair. He was wearing a green sweater vest over a shirt, which I remember very clearly because it looked oddly formal compared to the casual clothes everyone in my family usually wore, especially around the house. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there. For whatever reason, I wasn't scared. But for a moment, I just stood there looking at him, confused more than anything. It felt almost like the brief pause that you have when you unexpectedly run into someone in a hallway. After a couple seconds, I turned my head to look behind me. I wanted to see if my brother had noticed him too. But the moment I turned back around toward the kitchen, he was gone. Completely gone. There were no footsteps or sounds of a door opening. Nothing moved in the room at all. Just the empty kitchen, exactly the way it had been a second earlier. I stood there for a moment trying to understand what had just happened before running after my brother again. At the time, I didn't really question it much. Kids are strange that way. Something weird happens and you just move on with whatever you were doing. But looking back, there's something about the timing that always stuck with me. Around the same time period, a family we knew had gone through something terrible. My mom had a close friend whose husband had died suddenly in an accident. Afterward, she and her kids had moved into our home, stayed with us for a while, until they figured out what to do next. Our house was pretty full during that time, and every once in a while, I think back to that man standing in our kitchen, the one that I'd never seen before and never saw again. And I can't help but wonder if maybe it wasn't a stranger at all. Maybe it was just someone stopping by to check on his kids. A few years ago, something happened to me that I still think about sometimes, especially when people talk about whether the dead can visit you. I'm not someone who usually believes in that kind of thing, but this moment was strange enough that I've never been able to explain it away. Not completely. When I was younger, in my early 20s, I had a close friend named Ellis. We grew up in the same neighborhood and stayed friends well into our 20s. Even after life started pulling us in different directions, we stayed in contact. Ellis had this particular habit. It always stuck with me. He wore the same cologne every single day for all the years I knew him. It wasn't anything expensive or fancy. It was just one of those simple, clean scents that you'd recognize instantly if you'd smelled it enough times. Wherever we'd meet up somewhere, I'd know that he'd walked in before I'd even seen him because the scent would drift across the room. Eventually, we both moved to different cities like people do. We kept in touch here and there, but the older you get, the more those friendships shift into occasional texts and catching up once or twice a year, maybe. Then one night, something odd happened. I was sitting alone in my living room, watching TV, just a quiet weeknight after work. At some point, I noticed a smell in the room. It took me a moment to place it, but then it hit me instantly. It was Ellis's cologne, exactly the same scent I remembered from years before. The strange part was that it didn't make sense for it to be there. I lived alone at the time. I hadn't seen Ellis in years. No one had been in the apartment that day except me. I actually got up to check around the room and found myself going toward the door. Perhaps Ellis was here. But there was nothing there. The smell lingered for maybe 30 seconds before fading completely. I shrugged it off at the time, thought of it as a fun memory. I assumed maybe something else had triggered the association. Later that night, I went to sleep and I had one of those dreams that feels oddly vivid compared to normal ones. In the dream, I was standing outside somewhere familiar, like a place from our old neighborhood. Ellis was there too, leaning against a car the way that he used to when we were younger. He looked completely normal, healthy, relaxed. We talked for a little while, but the strange part is I can't remember a single word of the conversation. I only remember the feeling of it being calm, like catching up with someone you haven't seen in a long time. At the end of the dream, he just smiled at me and said something like, "Take care of yourself, always." Then I woke up. The next morning, everything felt normal again, but I did think I should give him a call. I made coffee, got ready for work, and before I could make the call, the whole thing slipped into the background of my memory like most dreams do. It wasn't until later that afternoon that my phone rang. It was another friend from back home. I could instantly tell by the sound of their voice that it wasn't good news. He told me Ellis had died the night before. Apparently, it had been sudden. A medical issue no one saw coming. The timeline was what struck me, though. From what he told me, Ellis had passed away only a couple of hours before I noticed the strange smell in my apartment. And sometime after that, I had that dream. I've replayed that night in my head more times than I can count. Maybe the smell was just something random that my brain misinterpreted. Maybe just a coincidence. But I'm unable to deny how vivid it felt. How clearly I remember Ellis standing there, looking completely at peace. Almost like he'd stopped by just one last time before moving on, just to say goodbye. When I was 16, there was this access road behind our high school that led up to an old municipal water tower. It wasn't technically off limits, but it also wasn't somewhere adults expected you to be after dark. which, of course, made it the perfect place for everyone to hang out. You could see the entire valley from up there, the highway cutting through the trees, the river reflecting the sky, and when storms rolled in, you got front row seats to lightning strikes miles away. That night in early fall, there was a storm building fast. The air felt strange before it had even started, that heavy electric feel. We were used to it, but this was different. It was a pressure that made your ears feel full, and then some. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, his cousin Jess, and another friend from band. We'd driven up just before sunset and parked near the gravel turnaround. The wind was picking up, and the tower's metal frame creaked every so often, really adding to the experience. We sat on the hood of Tyler's car watching the clouds stack up. At some point, Jess nudged me and pointed up. There was something on the tower's catwalk. It was perched near the railing, completely still. At first, I thought it was a maintenance tarp, or maybe some kind of equipment someone had left up there. The shape was bulky but narrow at the top. Then the shape shifted. It wasn't equipment. It was something that was sitting or hunching abnormally. Something extending out from either side of it, folded tight. Wings. I remember telling myself that it had to be a bird, a crane maybe. We have cranes near the river sometimes, but it wasn't built like one. It was vertical. Before I could ask if anyone else was seeing it, it turned its head towards us. Its eyes were red, and I heard an audible gasp from everyone. They weren't reflective like when you shine a flashlight at an animal. They looked lit from inside. We could see them, even at this distance. We had all seen it at the same time. No one made a joke, we just stared. The wind picked up sharply, and the tower was groaning. I remember thinking how exposed we were just sitting there. Then it stood, slowly, unfolding to its full height. It was at least 7 feet tall, maybe more if you counted the way its shoulders rose above the rest of its body. Its wings were folded tight against its back, not feathered the way you'd expect, more like stretched shapes layered over each other. There was no flapping or sounds, but it stepped up onto the edge of the catwalk railing, balanced, and it dropped straight down. Jess was the first to scream. We all scrambled off the car hood, expecting to hear it crash into the metal ladder or hit the gravel below. But there was no impact. Halfway down, it spread its wings. This motion was smooth, controlled, like it knew exactly how much air it needed. It glided, not toward the trees, but towards us. And the worst part, there was no wing beat, no rush of air. There was no sound at all. It was just a massive silhouette moving against the lightning-lit sky. Tyler was fumbling with his keys, trying to unlock the car. I looked up. It was above us. Not flapping, just hovering slightly forward. Wings stretched wider than I thought was even possible. I could still see the red eyes. I was tripping over myself, just standing in place, waiting for Tyler to get the door. For a second, everything went sideways. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, and it was louder than the wind. Finally, Tyler got inside the car. He started it. The engine roared, the lights blared. I looked above. There was no swooping. It was gone. Disappeared entirely. Tyler had to drag me into the car as I remained fixated on whatever could be above us. All 4 of us were silent on the drive home. We didn't agree not to talk about it or anything, It was just that none of us seemed to have the words. The storm hit full force about 10 minutes later. 2 weeks after that night, a semi-truck jackknifed on the highway, right below the tower during another storm. It caused a pile-up that shut down traffic for hours. I'm not saying it was connected, but I will say this. The accident happened in nearly the exact same spot where we'd been watching lightning strike that night. And it was during another electrical storm. We didn't tell our parents what we saw. Not exactly. I already knew that my parents would say that it was a crane, caught in strange lighting. It's hard to say what the police would do. I'm not from the time when all of these sightings originated. But I've grown up in the place that's said to be the epicenter of it all. And though I've never really indulged the stories, there's no way I believed that what we saw was some large bird. Cranes don't perch upright like that for long stretches. Their eyes certainly don't glow. They don't watch you like that. That's the part I can't shake. The eyes. What does that? This thing wasn't even startled when we noticed it, I don't think. Anyone with good sense probably would never go back there again, but I definitely went back there again. Part of me wanted to see it again, just to prove myself not crazy. Having 3 witnesses helps, but it really doesn't. I still drive by that thing, sometimes mainly in the daytime. It looks so small and harmless and rusted. But at nighttime, it's just a whole different feel. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I used to see ghosts. I don't say that lightly, and I don't say it for attention. It was just part of my reality back then. I would see them in our house, at school, sometimes even in restaurants or grocery stores. They didn't look like horror movie ghosts. They looked like people who didn't quite belong in the room, like someone had walked in from the wrong year and no one else seemed to notice. They never screamed at me or did anything dramatic, but it still terrified me. It always happened when I was alone, which made it worse because there was never anyone there to confirm what I was seeing. My stepdad told me to stop lying, that I was going to scare my mom. He thought I was being dramatic, trying to get attention. But my mom, she's always been very spiritual, and she believed me. My sister, too. They didn't encourage it, but they didn't dismiss it either. Eventually, I started telling them out loud that I didn't want to see them anymore. I was a child, so it wasn't some formal ritual. I would just stand in my room and say, "Please go away. I don't want this." Over time, they did fade. By the time I was in my early teens, I couldn't see them anymore. But there's one that I've never been able to shake. The baby. It happened in my mom's bedroom. She had a walk-in closet that always felt slightly darker than the rest of the house, even during the day. I don't know if that's ominous, but it was just dim in a way that made you squint when you first looked inside. I was standing in her doorway one afternoon, probably looking for her, when I glanced into the closet. And there he was. A baby, in the middle of the floor in one of those old-fashioned carriers. The kind that looks more like a shallow basket than anything modern. The fabric was muted and old-looking, like something from a sepia photograph. He was dressed the same way, in what I can only describe as old-timey baby clothes, with loose fabric and tiny buttons. He had dark hair, thick enough to notice, very pale skin. He wasn't crying, not moving really, just lying there awake, staring upward. For a split second, my brain tried to make sense. Maybe someone brought a baby over. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe. But we didn't own a baby carrier like that. There was no baby in our family. This wasn't an object I could mistake for something else. It was a baby in the closet. I felt heat rush up the back of my neck, into my face so fast it made me dizzy. My heart started pounding so hard that I could hear it in my ears. And I remember stepping backward without even realizing I was doing it. The baby didn't disappear right away, and that's what made it worse. It stayed there long enough for me to fully register what I was seeing, not excuse it away. And then it was gone. Just poof out of existence. The closet was empty again. I didn't go back in there for weeks. That house had other stories attached to it. Family members and friends later said that they'd seen a woman dressed entirely in white walking down the hallway. I never saw her myself, but I remember how casually people mentioned it, as if it were something that you could add to a conversation like a weather report. Oh yeah, the lady in white. Well, in my teenage years, the sighting stopped. I thought maybe I'd grown out of it, maybe my imagination had matured, or my brain had sorted itself out. But the quiet never really came. Instead of seeing things, I started hearing them. Chairs scraping slightly across the kitchen floor when no one was in there. Doors closing with that firm, deliberate click that tells you someone pushed them. Footsteps in the hallway at night that stopped the moment you held your breath to listen. It wasn't constant, just enough to keep you on edge. The last moment that made me realize it wasn't just childhood imagination happened years later. My little nephew was sitting on my bed with me one afternoon while we watched TV. He couldn't have been older than 4 at the time. Out of nowhere, he stopped talking mid-sentence and stared at the corner of my room. Then he said very casually, "Who's that?" I felt my stomach drop in a way that was far too familiar. "Who's who?" I asked, already knowing I didn't want the answer. He pointed toward the same side of the room where I used to see things as a kid. "That man." I didn't look. I scooped him up so fast I nearly tripped over the rug. I left the room without turning off the TV. I haven't seen anything in years now, or heard anything. Life is normal. But sometimes I think about the baby in the closet. How solid he looked. How detailed. Specific. It was like he'd been placed there. And honestly, he sort of looked at me like I was the ghost. But he did seem to belong to that space in a way that I didn't quite understand, and I still don't. This happened a few years ago. I'm only posting it now because I've just found the sub. I don't really expect answers. I just want to put it somewhere that people might understand why it bothers me. It was just me and my partner on this trip. No survivalist stuff or deep backcountry. We picked a trail that we'd gone before and planned to camp one night off the side path that branched away from the main route. We found the campsite late in the afternoon. What stood out immediately was how perfect it was. Flat ground, natural wind cover. A fire ring was already built, stones blackened from old use. There were logs arranged nearby like somebody had intentionally stacked them before seating. No trash, no gear, no footprints that stood out as recent. The ash in the fire ring was cold but not scattered. It looked like a fire that had been used carefully and cleaned up afterwards. We both commented on how lucky we'd gotten. Anyone who camps knows how rare it is to stumble upon a spot like this without planning it. We set up, made dinner, and had one of those quiet, easy nights where everything just feels settled. No weirdness, no strangeness. If anything, it felt calmer than most places I've slept outdoors. I took a few photos before dark. Nothing artsy. Just snapshots of the tent and fire ring to remember the spot later. We slept straight through the night. In the morning, things felt off. It was small things. The light felt flatter somehow. The woods were quieter than usual. Less birds, no insects. Still, nothing too alarming. We packed up, doused the fire ring, even though it hadn't been used since dinner, and started back toward the trail. That's when we realized we couldn't find it. At first, we laughed it off. Trails look different in reverse. You miss landmarks. That's normal. But after about 20 minutes of walking, we both stopped. Neither of us recognized anything. The ground felt different underfoot, less compact. The trees were spaced differently. Even the slope didn't match what we remembered. We checked the GPS on my phone. It said we were roughly where we should be. But the terrain didn't line up with what we'd just walked through the day before. So we tried to retrace our steps exactly. Same angle, same distance, same pacing. Nothing. We spent almost an hour circling the area where the campsite should have been. No fire ring, no flattened ground, and no log seats. There weren't even disturbed leaves or ash. It was like the site had never existed. I pulled up the photos that I'd taken the night before to double check I wasn't misremembering. And that's when my stomach dropped. The background didn't match where we were standing. The trees in the photo were older, thicker. The ground was darker, almost compressed. In the photos, the fire ring sat in a shallow dip in the earth. Where we stood now was higher ground, younger growth, no sign of any clearing. Eventually, we found the main trail by pure chance, and we headed out. Both of us quiet in that shared way, where you know the other person is thinking the same thing you are, but neither of you wants to say it. Weeks later, I mentioned the trip to someone who works seasonally as a ranger. I showed them the photos, half expecting them to say that we'd just gotten turned around. They frowned and said the area in the photos didn't match any designated or known backcountry sites in that section. Then they said something that sticks with me still. People used to camp all over here decades ago, they'd said. Most of those sites were reclaimed by the forest. Some of them don't really stay. I asked what that meant. People find places sometimes that don't want to be permanent. Huh? I don't know. But it was odd. The exchange with them. I still have the photos. The campsite is right there, clear as day. It just looks like a normal campsite. But it was taken just a few hours before that conversation. So how could it not exist? I just don't think it exists anymore, I guess. At least not in the way places usually do. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until remembering it was probably just my dad. Then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense, so I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity. And even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time. And they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps. The kind someone would give to get your attention. Urgent, even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand. But there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor. No falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs, through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burnt out. When my stepdad called her downstairs as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late, so I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear. The sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs, and the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice Luckily, it hasn't happened since. I would call it intuition more than a premonition. I feel as if this story qualifies, though, as eerie. 2 years ago, I was tired from working late the night before, so I ordered some delivery for lunch. I live in San Diego, and it was a gorgeous day. I decided to open the front door while I waited for the delivery driver. There's a deadbolt security door in addition to the front door. The second I opened the door, I heard it. Inside of my head was an absolutely authoritative message. Close the door. So I did. I didn't hesitate. I didn't contemplate. I closed the door. The doorknob was still in my hand. I don't mean to convey that I heard a voice. A more accurate description is that it was a communication. I wasn't thinking that I was necessarily in danger or wondering why I got the message. It was just so clear, strong, and direct that I somewhat blindly obeyed. Also, I was hungry, tired, and quite possibly hungover. I kept the door closed until 10 seconds after I heard a car door open and close from the front of the house. Right as I opened, the delivery driver was at the door. My cash was ready along with a healthy tip. I paid him, thanked him, and then I closed and locked both doors. I sat down on the couch and put a piece of pizza on a plate that I'd already had out. The doorbell rang. No way in hell I'm answering the door. Hot food was in my hand. Before I would have even had time to answer the door, there was now pounding on the security door. Then I hear a male voice yell through the door. "Hey, it's me. I just delivered your food." I freeze. I'm terrified. There's no reason that the driver would need to speak to me. My order was correct. I paid in cash and tipped generously. In addition to that, he had my phone number. I grabbed my phone, ran back to the door, which was open. The security door was locked, but still, and I closed the door and locked it. As I'm doing that, there is now pounding on the window on the side of the house, along with a man yelling, "Hey!" I stood in the hallway, where I was certain no one could see me or my shadow through a possible crack in the blinds. I called my boyfriend at work and shakily whispered the story to him. He told me that the house used to be a big party house and that it was probably just some drunk or druggie looking for the old tenants. Sweet of him for trying to make me feel better, but I had zero doubts by this time that I was in serious danger. I got off the phone with him and stood trembling in the hallway, contemplating calling 911. All I could think about was that this guy must have been lying in wait, watching the house. He must have seen the delivery driver, and then tried to use that as an excuse to get me to open the door. He knew someone was in there. About 3 to 5 minutes later, I hear a police helicopter right over my house. "Attention, we're looking for a male suspect in the area." Physical description. "He's considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. I went to work that night and relayed the story to my coworkers. A friend told me that he had heard the same thing from people at his day job. A man banging on doors in my neighborhood and trying to get people to let him in. I checked the news after work. A man was running from the police, and he was wanted for felonies in Missouri. He'd been shot and killed by the police 3 blocks from my house a few hours after my incident. Please listen to your intuition. I don't let myself wonder too much about what could have been, what could have happened to me if I hadn't listened. It still gives me chills. I'll never be as comfortable being alone as I once was. When I was 8, my parents and I flew to Philadelphia. My grandmother had died, and we were there for her funeral, I believe. Although I was born in Philadelphia, my parents had moved to Wyoming shortly after I was born. They were excited to show me all of their old stomping grounds, high school sweethearts. Both of them grew up in the city. We parked on a random side street and walked up and down the city as they pointed out various landmarks. They seemed nostalgic. reminiscing about their youth. At one point, we stopped for ice cream at a shop where my dad used to take my mom on dates. On the way into the shop, I noticed a homeless man sitting nearby. He wore an eye patch and had no shoes. I felt bad for him, but my parents seemed to pretend he wasn't there. After we got our cones and left the shop, I told myself not to look at him again, but my undiagnosed ADHD made it impossible to resist. It was like trying not to crack your knuckles, knowing the relief that comes after. I couldn't help myself. I glanced. The man was staring directly at me. He was tall and skinny, wearing pants too big for him and a coat riddled with cigarette burns. He stood barefoot on the cold concrete. My parents walked ahead, completely unaware. I knew I shouldn't look again, but the urge was too strong. I turned my shoulder this time to peek back. And to my shock, the homeless man was now just 2 feet behind us. Before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing the sleeve of my coat. His face was wild, and before I could scream, he started yelling, "You're my girl! You're my girl!" Everything happened in a blur. Within seconds, my dad had tackled the man, throwing punches. The homeless man was tall, taller than my dad, who I'd always thought of as the tallest man ever, a giant. My dad, usually gentle, was transformed by rage. His first punch dropped the man, but the grip on my coat remained. It took several more blows before the man would let go. It was horrifying. I was inches away from my dad's fist as he pummeled this man. When I finally broke free and ran to my mom, my dad was still hitting him. A small crowd had gathered, but no one intervened. It was my mom who finally screamed, "Stop! You're going to kill him!" After that, we hurried back to the car. There was no more sightseeing. We didn't visit anywhere after the funeral either. My parents were visibly shaken, and we left Philadelphia right after the wake. At the reception that was held at my uncle's house, I couldn't focus on the good memories of my grandmother. I was too distracted by the sight of my mom wrapping my dad's bloody hand in gauze. I'm pretty sure he broke his right hand on the homeless man's face that day. As an 8-year-old, I left Philadelphia thinking it was a scary place that I never wanted to visit again. And sure, Philly can be a tough city, but what happened wasn't just a random, unfortunate event. And I found this out about a decade later, completely by chance. Halloween, we were all going through old photos in the kitchen. My parents were showing me their old Halloween costumes. Some of mine as a child were mixed in there, but mostly it was my parents' old photos. I noticed a stack of photos on the kitchen counter. It didn't look like we'd gone through them, so I took them out of the envelope and went to move them to the table. They were high school pictures of my parents with their friends, school events, parties, typical teenage memories. In a lot of these pictures, there was a guy who stood out. He was hard to miss because of his distinct eye patch and his height, taller than my dad. Curious, I brought one of the pictures to my mom and I asked, "Who's this guy?" Her reaction immediately set off alarm bells. She was trying way too hard to act normal. I could tell something was off, so I pressed further and asked, "Did you guys know that homeless man in Philadelphia? Is this him?" My question shattered her composure, and she broke down sobbing, way more than I'd anticipated or ever seen before. I thought she would have brushed it off with a casual, "Yeah, he was just a guy from high school who went down the wrong path," or something like that. But instead, she had a full-blown panic attack. My dad had to help her to the couch to calm her down before she fainted. At that moment, I knew that I'd stumbled onto something much bigger than I'd imagined. Then we were interrupted by trick-or-treaters. But afterwards, I showed my dad the photo. I saw tears well up in his eyes. I was completely confused. wondering what the heck was going on. And that's when they finally told me the truth. The man with the eye patch, the homeless man who grabbed me, was my biological father. All three of them had been friends, best friends in high school. But at some point, my biological dad got heavy into drugs, started showing signs of severe mental illness. He became abusive, and when my mom found out that she was pregnant, she'd already stopped seeing him after he tried to strangle her while driving on the freeway. The man who raised me, Jerry, he had stepped in. He was loyal to my mom and helped her escape the toxic relationship, even moving to Wyoming. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and he took on the role of my father without hesitation. Back in the 80s, I did janitorial work for several businesses in my area. It's not a small town, but it's certainly not a big city. I cleaned a few banks, lawyers' offices, a real estate agency, places like that. One of the banks was my biggest job, so I always had a second person, Susan, come with me. That evening, I met Susan at the bank and got started cleaning the employees' restroom while she did the customers. Next was the break room. I was sweeping while she wiped the counters, and then there was a bunch of screaming in the lobby. Men were also yelling, but we couldn't make out what anyone was actually saying. Our first thought was a medical emergency. Susan's mother was a midwife, and she'd been helping deliver babies since she was 16. It wouldn't have been the first time that she had to help a pregnant lady while she was on the job. But that's not why the people were screaming. Susan went through the lobby doors first, and I was right behind her. She only made it a few steps before a loud bang sounded, and she just stopped dead in her tracks. Everyone started screaming even louder, but I still didn't understand what had happened. Even when she turned to me, white as a sheet, with a red stain blossoming across her chest, I didn't understand. It wasn't until she collapsed into my arms that I saw the men with guns. 3 of them in black masks. 2 were fighting while the third came to pull me away from Susan. As they did, her body fell to the floor with a surreal thud, and I was pushed into the crowd of other hostages. My hands and clothes were covered in blood. I can still feel it all these years later. That's something that never leaves you. The 2 men were mad at the third for firing, but he thought Susan was a security guard because of the way she came charging through the doors. The guy pleads that it wasn't his fault. The man who pushed me took the shooter and the bank manager back to the safe while the last man stayed to watch us. He said if we stayed calm, no one else would get hurt. Most of us were just crying and praying. If any of the men had heroic intentions, none became a reality. A couple of minutes later, police cars began forming a blockade around the building, and our captor called for his friends. That's about the time the phones started ringing. They rang for the longest time before the other 2 returned with bags full of money, and the one in charge answered it. The police wanted to negotiate, and none of us breathed a word when he said no one had been hurt. Well, the cops were only called because someone heard the gunshot, so they didn't really believe him anyway. For the next hour, myself and 27 other people sat on the floor while the officers attempted to negotiate our release. The only thing the thieves wanted was a getaway car and a clear path out of town, but the terms of how this would be executed proved to be an impossible task. I'm not sure what officer said to the guy on the phone, but he started to sound like he was willing to walk out of there. Unfortunately, that pissed off the one who had shot Susan. He started screaming that he would kill everyone in the building, including himself, before he went back to prison. The one on the phone said something to the third guy, the one who had been left to watch us, and I didn't understand what it was. I think it was in Spanish. Then those 2 laid down their guns, got on their knees, and put their hands behind their heads. The moment they did, Susan's killer raised his weapon, but before he could fire, one of the bank's glass doors exploded from a sniper shot. All I saw was red all over the floor. I was still in shock. And now, his body is like a blur in my memory, like someone censored it for TV. The police interviewed us for hours, but we didn't learn anything about the thieves until we saw the news later. The two who surrendered had successfully robbed 3 banks without violence before ours, but their decision to include a third man proved to be theirs and our undoing. The new guy had also just been released after a 10-year sentence for various violent crimes. I was the one to tell Susan's husband the tragic news. Hands down, one of the worst things I've ever had to do in this life. I don't know how doctors or police officers do it on a regular basis. The way a person's face, their whole body and demeanor, it just collapses into itself. The gut-wrenching wails that penetrate your soul. I never want to see that again. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you enter through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot so suddenly it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening, and please be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. I was in my 30s at the time, and I was deeply into turkey hunting. One early morning, long before the sun had risen, I set off on an adventure, one to a remote section of a national forest in the Ozarks, in Missouri. It's still dark when I reached a rugged, overgrown trail, one at the forest's edge, a place where I knew few hunters ever ventured. I parked my truck, shouldered my gun, headed off, feeling that familiar thrill that comes with being completely alone in a vast, untouched landscape. After walking a while, I sat down in the cover of some trees, waiting for the toms to start gobbling. As I scanned the silent surroundings, I heard it, a single gobble breaking the stillness, faint but clear, coming from just beyond the next ridge. Excited, I quickly descended the ridge that I was on. I scrambled up to the next one, certain that I was closing in. The gobble echoed again, but this time it was from the next ridge over. I hurried down and up again, my pulse quickening as the sky slowly brightened. I sat, waited, and listened, but there was nothing. No gobble, no sign of the turkey I'd been chasing. The morning light was now revealing the dense forest all around me, and that's when it hit me. I'd lost all sense of direction. The ridges looked the same, the trees uniform, and the faint trail that I'd followed earlier was nowhere in sight. Panic started to creep in a bit. I had no food or water with me, no idea which way to go. I tried to remain calm, weighing my options. If I picked the wrong direction, I could wander deeper into the wilderness. Yet staying put wasn't an option either. I gathered my nerves, decided to head down and up the next ridge, hoping to find some landmark or trail. It truly felt like I'd been hiking for hours. The landscape seemed endless and indifferent to my plight. My thoughts grew darker, even in this short amount of time, imagining how long I could be lost out here with no one to even know where I was. Then, as if answering my unspoken prayers, something miraculous happened. Out of nowhere, a dog appeared, a scruffy, lean figure, trotting through the underbrush. The sight of it was almost surreal, like a beacon in the wilderness. Relief had flooded over me. I knelt down, frantically petting the dog, hoping that it would lead me somewhere, anywhere, someone that could guide me into civilization. But the dog didn't seem to have a destination in mind. Instead, it just stuck by my side, moving with me as I hiked along the ridge. I continued, now with this unlikely companion, climbing down and up one more ridge. And then, just when I thought that I was completely turned around, a trail appeared, like it had materialized out of thin air. The dog still trotted alongside me as I made my way back to the truck. My heart was still pounding from the fear that I'd felt just moments before. When I reached my truck, the dog gave me one last look, then turned and darted off into the trees, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared earlier. I actually stood there for a long moment, watching the spot where it had disappeared to, wondering where it had come from and why it had found me. I looked at the topographical map before heading out that morning, and I knew that where we were, there were no homes, no cabins, nothing for miles in this part of the forest. The dog had no collar and showed no signs of being cared for. I briefly considered trying to call it back, to take it with me, but it was already gone. Over the next few days, the mystery of the dog lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was beneath the surface of that encounter. A few weeks later, while talking to a friend who worked for Park Services, I recounted the strange event. His face grew serious when I mentioned the location. He told me that a hiker had gone missing in that exact area several months earlier. They'd searched for weeks, but never found the man. They said the missing hiker's body was never recovered, but local authorities eventually found his dog. The description of the animal matched the one that had found me. It seemed I had encountered the very same dog that belonged to the missing man. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Somehow the dog had survived out there, wandering in the woods long after its owner had vanished, only to appear at a perfect moment to guide me back to safety. I'd often wondered how close I'd come to the missing man's last known location, or if his spirit was still lingering there, lost in the wilderness as well. All I know for sure is that the dog showed up when I needed it most, and then disappeared into the Ozarks, as if it had fulfilled some final task. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old, dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. It was late, probably too late to be out. I was headed home from work after a long shift, tired and ready to collapse into bed. The bus stop was a few blocks away, but something felt different that night. The streets were unusually quiet, and the air, it was an unsettling stillness. It sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I chalked it up to a cool breeze. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the sidewalk was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just a chill in the air. As I approached the intersection, I spotted the familiar shortcut that I always took to the bus stop. A narrow alley, quicker and more direct. I'd walked through it countless times, but tonight, my feet stopped. I don't know why, but every instinct in me screamed, "Don't go in." I hesitated, standing on the sidewalk, staring into the dark, empty alley. It was silly, I told myself, just nerves. But the feeling grew stronger. I felt this weight pressing on me, a sense of dread creeping in. My heart was racing, and my gut twisted painfully. I turned away. Instead, I took the long way, sticking to the main road where the streetlights flickered dimly overhead. The entire walk home, I couldn't shake this tension in my chest, as if I'd narrowly avoided something terrible. The next morning, I woke to the news. A woman had been attacked in that very alleyway. Around the same time, I would have been walking through it. They found her unconscious, but alive, barely. I was all too aware how easily that could have been me. I still get chills when I think about how close I came and how for some reason I listened to that voice in my head that told me to turn around. I'll never ignore my gut again. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. There are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out, and with both hands, began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes, glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and He said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. There I was, sitting in a strange house I'd never seen before, sitting awfully close to a guy whose name I was sure I didn't know, trying to figure out how to read the word Player 2 at the top of the Battleship game on this stranger's phone. Now let's rewind an hour and also provide some backstory. I live in Southern California, but had traveled to Connecticut with my boyfriend for his close friend's wedding. The last night that we were in town, we decided to drive to Massachusetts, a state I had never been, to visit another good friend of his. Everything was going well that evening. Good food, good people, good conversation. Sometime late in the night, after most people had left and gone to bed, I'd quickly jumped back into a big comfy chair, completely forgetting that said chair was sitting right beneath a wooden staircase banister, at perfect back of the noggin level. While animatedly jumping into my seat, I also apparently very animatedly slammed the back of my skull into said wooden overhang. My boyfriend freaked out, jumped up, grabbed my head while his friend sat across from me, with the most stunned look on his face, yelling, "Are you okay?" Now, it's important to note that I have an incurable disease that causes chronic severe pain, so my pain tolerance is pretty high. I thought they were being dramatic, and I brushed them off. After all, I wasn't really in any pain, and the only thing startling was the sound of my hard skull making contact with the hard wood. I assure the guys I'm fine, and we continue on in our conversation about virtual reality and the potential future for virtual reality, and I forget all about my little bump. Now, at this point, I've been traveling for a week. I'm exhausted, and it's late at night, so things often get fuzzy for me when that happens. During the course of our conversation, I remember having some really good arguments in regards to the possibilities of future AI reality. In the beginning of the conversation, I was really getting my point across to the guys. But at some time during the course of an hour, I began having trouble expressing my thoughts. And our friend even pointed out that he thought that I was confused about what I was explaining at one point. Okay, no big deal. It's super late and I should probably be getting to bed anyway. Our friend sees himself to bed, so now it's just my boyfriend and myself hanging out. Let's go to bed. I'm really, really tired and out of it, I say to my boyfriend. How about we play a game of Battleship on my phone first, he says while looking at me slightly leery. I was really exhausted and knew that we had a plane to catch the next day, but Battleship was a special thing between us, and I couldn't really say no to one game, could I? So we're playing Battleship, and I'm winning. What? I never win this game. The screen switches seamlessly at the top from player 1 to player 2. I begin having trouble remembering which player I was. Oh, right, I'm player 2, I thought to myself. Man, I'm really tired and out of it. As the game goes on, I realize I'm having trouble really reading the word player 2, but again, I brush it off. Then, I won the game. Oh my God, I won! I never win! I scream in excitement at the guy sitting next to me. Wait, the guy sitting next to me. Who is this guy sitting next to me? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name or place where I know him from. Wait, this house doesn't seem familiar either. Okay, that's okay. We must be on a first date at his house. Just play it cool, and if you don't remember his name in a minute, just politely ask him to tell you again. It's just not coming to me. I turn, smile sweetly, and say, I'm very sorry, but I can't really remember your name. You know when people say the color drained from someone's face? Well, the color drained from his face, and a look of shock and confusion replaced it. This is a joke, right? You're kidding me right now, he desperately asked. You know my name. I'm your boyfriend, Glenn. So there I sit, fairly calmly and quietly, while trying to remember his name was Glenn, and he was my boyfriend, while assuring him I was fine and just out of it and joking. I was just out of it and joking, right? Right? Just then he gets a call and leaves the room for a minute. I hear him on the phone, and I'm sitting on the couch and just trying desperately to remember whose house I'm in. What was that guy's name again? I already forgot. Did he drug me? This must be a first date and he drugged me. Okay, play it cool and you'll find a way to get out of here and you'll be safe, I think to myself, starting to panic a bit. Just then, he walks back into the room. I look at him and realize he's a total stranger. He looks back at me with a worried look, still on the phone, and rushes over to the couch to sit next to me. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember your name, I say again. The fear returns to his face. Well, what's your name? He asked me. My name? What is my name? Aaron. You're Aaron. Aaron Ramona, he says, more than a little upset. Where are we right now? He continues. Okay, yes, I have definitely been drugged. Who is this guy I'm with? What house am I in? How did I get here? He's holding my hand when I look up and feel that ever-familiar burn of tears filling my eyes while I gulp in a panicked breath and finally admit out loud. Again, I'm so sorry, but I think something is really, really wrong. Okay, full-blown panic mode. I said it calmly, but my shaking hand in his has definitely betrayed my calm exterior. Babe, you hit your head, and I think we need to take you right to the hospital. Now, remember how before this, when I hit my head, we were in the midst of a very deep conversation on virtual reality? Oh my God, I knew what was wrong. I was in a virtual reality simulation, and I've completely gone off my rocker. I'm having a psychotic break, and that's why I don't remember who I am. Okay, it's okay. You can cry and shake a little, but don't tell this strange guy you're with that you're having a mental breakdown. That's not a good idea. Just play it cool and play it off and do some breathing exercises because you're really losing your mind. The brain does funny things when it's injured and swollen tight, pressing hard against your skull. After asking Glenn the same round of questions 5 times in a row where I could only tell you my name because he had told me, and he didn't tell me my middle name, so who knew what that was? He decided to wake up his friends, who I also did not recognize, who also answered my same round of questioning and some way, somehow, convinced me to go to the hospital with only slight resistance. Again, I was convinced I was having a nervous breakdown, and I didn't want to embarrass myself at the hospital for a silly little anxiety attack. But okay, fine, I'll go. So they help me get dressed, put on my shoes, and into the car we go. Oh shit, I'm being kidnapped. Stay calm. We arrive at the hospital. I still don't know who I am or where I am, or really even who this guy is. He seemed trustworthy, and I thought I knew him, but I still couldn't place him. Oh no, he's crying. He's hurt. I'm crying. What's happening? Forgetting the entire situation all over again, I drew the conclusion that something was wrong with him and that we were at the hospital to get help for him. Why was no one helping him? Silly me. Ouch. Oh my God. My head is throbbing, I think, as I'm sitting in the waiting room, watching this strange guy fill paperwork out, still trying to wrap my head around, well, everything. And here's this guy, who I'm sure I know, but I can't really figure it out. Red-eyed, filled with fear, tears streaming down his face, just holding my hand and telling me it's going to be all right. Okay, so maybe he didn't drug me. Maybe I am safe. Please keep holding my hand and don't let go, I cry to him. I don't know you or know what's happening, but your hand is the only thing that makes me feel safe right now. I'm not leaving your side, Aaron. I'm not leaving your side ever. I'll take care of you. He says so compassionately and sincerely, with the tears streaming and the worry still written all over his face. A few brain scans and several very confused hours later, in a very terrible, incompetent hospital with what may have been some small repeated seizures, a constant cycle of fear and questions of who are you, where am I, and I think something is really, really wrong, and many, many hours, I was starting to somewhat consistently remember that my name was Aaron. I was 34. I was on vacation in Massachusetts when I hit my head, sustaining a severe concussion and subsequently losing all my memory. Both my mother and my boyfriend have lived through very, very severe, life-threatening brain bleeds. My boyfriend's requiring a craniotomy, so when I hit my head and slowly lost all memory, my boyfriend feared the worst and was worried that I had a brain bleed and could be having a stroke. I can't even imagine the fear and pain that he was experiencing, watching the girl he loved forget everything she knew. I learned a few things that day and the days following as I started to regain my memory. 1. Brain injuries are hard, really hard. Losing all memory of your entire life is even harder. And the headaches? Oh Lord, the headaches. The dizziness, the blurred vision in my right eye from all the pressure, the weakness in my knees that wouldn't let me stand, and the nausea. Holy moly, recovering from a brain injury is hard. Remembering your life all over again is kind of cool, though. Wait, I drive my dream truck? Are these super cool tie-dye vans mine? I have long hair. Oh my God, I have beautiful long hair. Seeing yourself in a mirror after you lose your memory is a very, very weird experience. Flying on a plane 3 days post-severe concussion is a very painful, hard, dizzying experience, made even worse by the fact that I couldn't sleep on the plane, wasn't allowed to read books or play on my phone. Basically, I just had to sit and wait it out, feeling like I was going to barf the entire contents of my stomach on the plane, and also faint simultaneously. Sustaining a brain injury while 3,000 miles away from home with a guy that you've only dated for a few months, who doesn't leave your side for a second, takes care of you for days on end, bringing you endless glasses of icy, icy water, my favorite, holding your hand pretty much every second of the day to keep you somewhat grounded in reality, rubbing your back while you're crying and your body shakes uncontrollably. That, my friends, is love. And that man is what you'd call a keeper. Nothing like a serious medical scare to solidify a newish relationship. Several months and unfortunately several hospital visits later, I'm still in love with this guy more than ever, and I know that I'm so very lucky to have him in my life. I know this isn't a traditional scary story, but this was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me.